Hello everybody, I'm Catherine Croft, I'm Director of 20th-Century Society. I'm very pleased to welcome you here to the University of Bradford on behalf of 20th-Century Society and the Henry Moore Institute, with whom we're very pleased to be partnering, and with particular thanks to Kirsty Gregory, who has passed me the boring bits of housekeeping. So let's get those over first. So today it's one of a short series of events called The Power of Public Sculpture, which is a series celebrating Bradford's rich sculpture and architectural legacy and its political history as well. And it's also, as well as looking back, it's a forward-looking series, thinking about the lessons that we can learn from the past to enrich the city for the future. And hence our subject today is placemaking, the past, present and the future of public sculpture and urban regeneration. And we've got some excellent speakers who will be drawing on material that's both very local and global. And I think it's going to be a really interesting and stimulating day. I'm assuming that most of you will be well acquainted with the Henry Moore Institute, with its galleries and its sculpture research library and its archive. It's a fabulous resource here. It's been an enormous pleasure to work on today's programme with the Institute's Assistant Curator, Dr. Sean Ketteringham, whose expertise extends way beyond sculpture. He actually previously worked until the 20th century as a caseworker. Sean's exhibition on British land art is on the Institute's study gallery in Leeds until November the 2nd. But unfortunately, Sean's not here today for a really positive reason. He's been selected for the British Art Network's Curatorial Forum, which is currently taking place in New Haven and New York, so he's off in America. But we do have with us Dr. Emily Gray, who is a curator and researcher at the Institute, and Emily's going to be chairing our third session this afternoon. Perhaps the 20th Century Society is less familiar, at least to some of you. I've run the 20th Century for 20 years now, and we're the National Amenity Society campaigning for buildings constructed from 1918 onwards. So we're the equivalent of the Victorian Society or the SPAB, but for the most recent period of our heritage. And despite our name, which we're thinking about at the moment, we also campaign not just for 20th century buildings, but for 21st century buildings as well. And we are obviously very much involved in public art and sculpture. As part of the planning process, we're consulted by local authorities on all applications for works needed listed building consent, which are submitted for structures of our period. And I say structures very deliberately rather than buildings, as I expect you know that the listing process encompasses both freestanding sculptures and murals, as well as what we all think of as buildings. And the Society has been involved with sculptures all around the country, campaigning for preservation, putting them forward for listing, and in some cases negotiating their subsequent relocation. Our past casework has included many examples of Bill Mitchell's work, which Dawn will be talking about today, the Dorothy Annan murals on Farringdon Road in London, which are now in the Barbican, and Elizabeth Frink's Desert Quartet in Worthing. And we're currently looking at the potential reciting of some mosaic panels in Bristol. Those are kind of a new thing for us. They're very recent, they date from 1982. They were designed and made by Philippa Threffel, who is still very much alive. And the series references objects in Bristol's museum collections to tell a story of Bristol in a series of circular medallions. And the quality of that artwork is undisputed, they're great. But each medallion is flanked by a pair of dolphins, and the dolphins are modelled on the crest of Edward Colston. And so that's obviously a very sensitive issue. And we're obviously very supportive of the Council's policy to encourage and retain and explain strategy, but simultaneously aware of the need to ensure that relevant local communities are involved in assessment and decision-making about the future of those works of art. And I'm sure there'll be similar issues that will come up out of today's papers as well. Going forward, we're just beginning to put together a list of 100 20th century murals. We do a whole series of books on 100 churches, 100 houses. Murals is coming up shortly, and that will draw on our previous murals campaign and online gazetteer, which is on our website. And we'll be publishing that in our series with Batsford. And I'm sure we'll probably end up asking lots of you to contribute entries to that. But that's enough of me. Now let me hand you over to the chair for our first session. Charles O'Brien is a distinguished and highly knowledgeable architectural historian. Between 1997 and 2022, he worked for the Pevsner Architectural Guides, researching, writing and editing lots of volumes, including East London, Bedfordshire, Hampshire, Surrey. He supervised the full revision of the Yorkshire volumes and ended up as the joint series editor of the whole of the Pevsner series. And he worked on the Leeds City Guides. He was just telling me how he arrived at chucking out time from the pubs and went and seen what's changed since you published that. But a lot of new buildings in the centre of Leeds. So Charles is now the Listing and Architectural Research Director at Historic England, responsible for all the recommendations on listing which Historic England makes to the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, and doing, I think, an excellent job with a government that, in my opinion, certainly is very far from sympathetic to heritage. So good luck for you, Charles. Over to you.
Morning, everyone, and Catherine, thank you for that introduction. Yeah, it's quite striking, actually, how time makes quite a difference, and it probably is about 10 years since I've been to Leeds and certainly to Bradford, and actually a kind of transformation to both of these amazing cities. So that is always very encouraging to see from a heritage perspective, that things don't stand still and renewal is always possible, and also that people are becoming interested in different layers and elements of history and our heritage over time. Now, my job this morning as chair is to introduce three speakers to you, and we've got probably just over an hour to hear from three of them. We'll try and break at about 11:20, so it's a short break before the following session. Catherine, one thing I want to check, do you want to leave questions until the end of the
I think
session?
questions at the end of the three.
End of the three or at the end of the whole morning?
No, let's do them at the end
Okay.
of the three.
That's great. All right, well, look, in that case, it falls even more on me to make sure everyone keeps to time. So I'll sit there and I will give you the BD if you're running over. So let's get underway. And to introduce to you, first of all, Dr. Nicola Stacey, who is the Director of Heritage of London Trust, has been for a decade now, and the Trust is involved in numerous public art restoration projects, amongst other things, across the capital, and that has included a number of post-war artworks. And as well as that, in 2020, have run a Proud Places campaign programme with youth engagement, focusing on alternative provision schools and young refugees, reaching an amazing 10,000 young people. So today, Nicola is going to talk to us about reviving public art for new audiences and talk to that experience. So, Nicola, welcome. Sorry.
Hello everybody, I'm delighted to be here. For many years I worked in English Heritage and I travelled all over the country, but I've never been to Bradford, so I'm absolutely thrilled to be here today.
It's always the first one.
I'm Nicola Stacey and I am the Director of the Heritage of London Trust, and I'm going to be talking to you about reviving public art for new audiences. Heritage of London Trust has been going for 45 years. We have restored over 850 sites across London, all the London boroughs. This is a map on our website of all our projects, and we have around 35 to 40 on our books at any one time. As I speak today, we have 10 actively on site, so we are very busy running around London doing wonderful projects. And as Charles said, we launched a programme called Proud Places in 2020, which was all about really getting young people to feel proud about where they live through historic sites. And I'm going to be speaking a little bit more about that, but we're about to come up to our 5th anniversary, and I am really proud of our achievement of involving 10,000 young people in that time. So we restore any site of historic or architectural interest, listed or unlisted, and that of course is incredibly important, especially for later historic sites, later 20th century. These can be anything from historic drinking fountains to monuments, lots of fragments from old London that miraculously survive, and we come and restore them. But a lot has been public art. And this was a project that we did in 2019. This was a statue of Sarah Siddons in Paddington. And if you look on the left, you can see that she has been badly vandalised. Her face was really smashed in 2011. And she just stayed there, sitting in the park with this awful smashed face, incredibly depressing for everybody. No interpretation at all. And it was just sort of a really down at heel part of what is a very mixed area of Paddington, but it was very depressing for anyone entering the park. So this was a project that we did to restore the face of Sarah Siddons, which required a lot of archive research. We're absolutely thrilled with the restoration, which you can see here up on the right-hand side. It was a sort of full face transplant, effectively. But it was a very interesting project from our point of view because it was really the launch of our community engagement in a very serious way with this project. This was before I launched the Proud Places programme, but we began to talk to young people in local schools about this site. And this is me sort of slightly racking my brains for my English A-level and talking about the significance of Sarah Siddons playing Lady Macbeth, the first actress to play Hamlet on stage, and her significance as a real pioneer female actor on the stage in the 18th century. And to our huge satisfaction, a lot of the young people went back to school and gave presentations about her. And it was very much sort of capturing this audience and engaging them with the work, which you can see here in the background. It also began our kind of impact measurement, really looking at the impact of our projects in the community. And we talked to various local people. We did a lot of literally people with clipboards and high-vis jackets talking to passers-by. But we had a lovely quote from the local vicar, which I think is quite significant. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this binding force. But this is what he picked out, the binding force that the restoration of a public sculpture in a public place can create. And it helps people gel in their community. It really brings people together. And this is something that I'll come to in a moment. Once we launched our Proud Places programme, this has been a very significant project for us. It's the restoration of the Leaning Woman in Hammersmith. And anybody who comes into London entering London on the A4 will look to their left just before they get to the Hammersmith flyover and see this magnificent statue. It's part of the London County Council patronage of the art scheme post-war, very significant, and you'll be hearing a little bit more about that later from Dawn. But this was an artwork that we felt was a really significant project for us, and this is her finished. But I will just show you on the left how she looked before. She was on the Heritage at Risk Register, had been since 2017, very overgrown, totally invisible from the road. She was intended to be seen from the road, from the traffic, travelling up into London. She's leaning with the flow of the traffic, and she's this sort of faintly neoclassical figure, a reference to kind of the calm of the neoclassical world, but also the vigour of the modern 1950s roads and vibrancy that the LCC was encouraging in London. So here we have a little bit of our restoration. Obviously all the undergrowth has been cleared. This is the conservators working on the statue. And there are two sort of main elements. Their conservation work itself, which was removing the, I'll just show you there, removing the sort of all the rust, all the iron armature was sticking out through the concrete, and really restoring her to look magnificent as she did in the end. But also really to look at the stories and context behind this sculpture. So there were two elements. Carol Vogel, the sculptor, was a refugee from wartime what is now Czech Republic. He had come over, he was working and re-established himself in London, and his story as a refugee from wartime Europe was very resonant with not only the local community but the wider community. And we also did the rather fun of sort of finding the son of the person who'd modelled for the sculpture. This is Alex Cardew, whose mother, Jutta Zemke, was herself a refugee. And he's demonstrating how she leant on a broom to achieve this remarkable pose. And she had a book on a music stand that she read as she was being modelled. Both of these are sort of stories that captured people's imagination, and it was really it's sort of two elements that helped us work with the local community to encourage that engagement with the project. As part of our Proud Places programme, we had over 400 young people involved in the restoration from the beginning through to the end. So the beginning when they saw it in its state, through the conservation work and beyond. And this is a young person from an alternative provision school. So many of you may be familiar, young people who are excluded from school for a variety of reasons. And we get them up close to their work and let them handle the tools and really see and take part in the restoration and see the rewards and the challenges of conservation work. This is some young people from a local primary school who came to see the restoration work on site. And we have an enormous amount of young refugees involved in this project. And I just love these uplifting photographs of the sort of all the different groups that we took to the project during and beginning, during and after restoration work. And we had a big community launch. Every single project we do has a community launch. We feel this is a really key part of the celebration at the end of every project. In the centre here, you can see our patron, His Royal Highness the Duke of Gloucester. He's very game for all our celebrations. He's right there in the centre. And we did a lot of creative workshops with the young people as well. We installed an interpretation panel at the site, and this is something I'm going to talk about in a second, but it's something that we feel very strongly about. We feel that they are the most sort of accessible way for people to learn about history and significance and context and inspire thought. So this is an interpretation panel for the leading woman. And I just wanted to sort of consider a little bit of what we have really refined in terms of the impact of these projects. We've done a lot of impact measurement on all our sites, and this particular one was really interesting. We got some fantastic quotes from people and feedback about the significance of this site to them. So we had the sense of that these sculptures are sort of binding force. They create identity and they create a sense of pride. So you have sort of, you know, if you're local, it's something to be proud of. If you're not local like me, it's nice to see as a reflection of the local people. The second quote down there is from a young person. You know, it's something to express your area if you want to, something you want to get across about yourself. A thread you can pull. This is really about curiosity, about young people in particular being incredibly curious about where they live, about the things on their doorstep. Everybody also feels that curiosity. And I just love this kind of so simple and yet so charming. You know, it's good to have art, then all the children will want to play outside. And it's good when we play outside because we'll have things to look at. A sense of belonging. This is a very powerful message, really, from a local person who had visited the Leading Woman over many years. And to her, it was really an uplifting site. It was a sort of, she had a personal affection, a personal connection to it. And, you know, when she was down, she would come and talk to the statue, and she gave it a name of her own. And, you know, she saw it all wrapped up. She wondered what was happening to it. And she was just so thrilled by the restoration and how exciting that her lady has been brought back to life. And it's that sense of ownership which is so fascinating and so important for public art, and one of the reasons it's so important to keep public art in the public realm. And then finally, just sort of encouragement and inspiration. The story of Karel Vogel coming from war-torn Europe, re-establishing himself and creating this masterpiece really that speaks to so many future generations and speaks to people who have had experiences that can connect to that. And so this is just one of these many sculptures and artworks that has really inspired people. And this is just a nice quote about, really you can do anything regardless of the situation. So that was one of our artworks that we've restored. Another one here, wonderful bull by Robert Clatworthy down in the Alton Estate in Roehampton. Another one from the London County Council, patronage of the art scheme, magnificent sculpture. And again, we did a big community launch, had all the local young people, the Mayor of Wandsworth come and celebrate with us. And we've had some fabulous feedback also from that site, from the people who've lived in those, the estate behind the sculpture, from young people who have come relatively recently to the site. And it just meant a huge amount to them. Another interpretation panel. And I think what I really like to say is that there's it's something that we do feel really creates accessibility. These are for the passerby. They're not a QR code. You've got to get your phone out and you've got to log in and you've got to have data to be able to read about it and maybe read about it at home. It's there. It's right in front of you. And it's not the definitive story of the sculpture. It's just context. It's threads in. It's access to some of the significance and context and story that might inspire you. And I feel that this is something incredibly important. We've had fabulous feedback from these interpretation panels, and to be able to have a photo on them of this is the sculpture in its first iteration, or maybe a picture of the sculptor themselves. So I feel that this is an important aspect of everything we do and something I'd like to see more of in the world of contemporary public art. We have we're currently restoring three William Mitchell murals that you'll be hearing a little bit more about later. Two of them are in the reception areas of estates down in South London, in Lewisham, these ones. This is he did two adjacent in different materials. This is a lovely wooden one, which is used, amazingly using kind of offcuts of old furniture, so little slices of banisters and day-to-day rails and all sorts of fabulous bits recycled into this wonderful mural, which is currently under restoration. And here is the adjacent buildings one, which is a concrete mural that was painted in subsequent years. And that's also been restored, very different in style. We've got some images of William Mitchell working on this, and so that, of course, is going to go onto the interpretation panel. And as with all of these sites, we have young people involved in the projects coming to visit the work and taking part as far as possible. So we've had young people in the last few weeks come and meet the conservators and work, understand how they're doing it, what they're doing. And here are some young people doing some of that repainting themselves. And for them, it's a very profound experience. And we have, I'm just going to read you a quote we've had a wonderful amount of feedback from the project and from the engagement we've done here. And one of many quotes, but just, I feel really lucky to help restore it, because I know a lot of artworks you're not even allowed to touch, but I feel like such a part of this, and that's really important. Thank you so much. Love to be playing with you.
Thank you, Nicola. And actually, that was a sort of personal revelation for me, because I know that leaning woman sculpture extremely well. I've walked past it many, many times trying to get to the river, and it took on a sort of new resonance as well, because you had it wrapped for a while, and so it looked like a kind of Christo wrapping for a while. But I knew nothing about the model on her broom and reading her book off the lectern. So thank you. We'll have questions after the next two papers. So I'd just like to introduce Dr. Maria Ambrozy, who is working here at the university, and who is going to be talking about how UK monuments influence Sub-Saharan African students. And can I just point to the display at the back of the room, if you haven't already seen it, which illustrates the work that Maria and her students have been undertaking. So, Maria.
Sorry. Hello. Hi. I'm extremely humbled and quite anxious to be here, but thank you, Kirsty and Henry, for having us. I'm anxious because I am a political scientist, and I specialize in politics of Sub-Saharan Africa. I will try to keep to the time, so I will be looking at my notes. I come from a particular school of thought nurtured by SOAS, School of Oriental and African Studies in London, which says that when you talk about someone, you should do it in such a way that the people you are talking about can, at least broadly, understood what you are saying about them. I fully and wholeheartedly subscribe to that principle in my teaching, and as such, it is very important for me to use as little jargon as possible. This is especially helpful given that both myself and the students involved in the project, English is often not our first language, not even our second language. So I will do my utmost best to avoid political jargon. Let's see how it goes. The truth is, I really shouldn't be standing here because apart from the original idea, this project belongs to the students, and it should be Zach, Prince, Clinton, Jonathan, Blessing, or Dorothy standing here and delivering this talk. However, these days they have a lot to say about contested past monuments, and there are 6 of them, so it would be hard to choose one of them and keep them to 15 minutes. So instead you got me. So a little bit about the project. Sorry. Do you think people in the UK think about colonialism? So I had a student of mine who, up till this point, was very distant to me, but she came, Blessings from Nigeria, she came with this very direct question. And I thought that the importance of the act of her coming and asking me the question was so big that I just couldn't ignore it. Following that, I decided to use a methodology I was already familiar with, so art-based methodology, to create a space where students could explore that very question. So we made an open call and received application from 6 students from Sub-Saharan Africa who wanted to join the team. We then took them to York and Liverpool, and the objective of those 2 trips was that the students are going to take photos of the monuments, give them the titles and descriptions, and then we will work together to transform that material into reflections and discussions about the kind of spaces for dialogue and understanding that we could all together create. So the approach was very different for each trip. York was very structured. We had a guided tour through a group that does contested histories tours. And in contrast, the Liverpool visit was much less planned. We actually planned it as little as possible. The ultimate outcome was that the approach that we took to both of those locations strongly influenced the outcomes. And as Henry says, by giving as little as possible a sculpture allowed us to generate much more diverse and interesting comments from the students. Now, the question, why photo voice? In many ways, the choice of photo voice was very straightforward. And to be honest, we didn't really consider any other art-based methodologies. This came out from my postdoctoral work. I was involved in a project that I coordinated between University of Leeds, Johannesburg Holocaust and Genocide Museum, Euroclio in Hague, University of Pretoria and Salzburg Global. And the project focused on using contested past to create space for talking about peace and violence in Sub-Saharan Africa. We designed the project very carefully, and we offered our partners a choice of several art-based methodologies, including photo voice, soundscape, and storytelling. We, the Europeans, as well as our colleagues from higher education institutions in South Africa, believed that storytelling and soundscape would be everyone's preferred options. We were absolutely sure storytelling is going to be it. What surprised us, however, that when we took the project to communities in Mozambique, the Gambia, Rwanda, Namibia, Malawi, and Nigeria, young educators told us that the one clear and indisputable choice for their young people would be photo voice.
The reasoning was simple. For storytelling, you need a storyteller. Not everyone can do that. Soundscapes, for many, may be found difficult to capture, but nowadays, everyone takes photos. The overwhelming choice of methodology ended up being photography, and I took it as my justification for this project. It was a powerful argument for offering photography as a primary method. But we did help, via my colleague who specialized in art-based methodology, we provided students, and we did it in a previous project as well, with some technical tools. We showed them how, through medium of photography, they can play, manipulate, and challenge power that comes out of particular sculptures. Points of departure. So this photo is not strictly part of the project, but I think it encapsulates my own ongoing reflection and my own ongoing learning. It serves as a powerful reminder of how different our points of departure can be. We each bring distinct cultural frames of reference to our engagement with art, and these are directly linked to our experiences, histories, and worldviews. In this case, we were all quite amused by the commotion around the Beatles sculpture in Liverpool. To my surprise, as someone who grew up in post-communist Poland, listening to illegally smuggled cassette tapes of Beatles, the idea that someone might not know who the Beatles are had simply never occurred to me. None of my students knew. And my miserable rendition of Yellow Submarine and Yesterday didn't help. But it wasn't a matter of right or wrong. In fact, if anyone was wrong, it was me. It proves that I never stopped learning, and that we are way too easily caught up in our own assumptions and ideas. So, in political African studies, narrative is never merely literature. In structures policy, development agendas, transitional justice, data infrastructures, activist movements, ecological imaginaries. And it wasn't different with us. Students link their interpretation to slavery, the first photo, authoritarianism and dictatorship, the one on the top, or, for example, brain drain from Africa, the one on the bottom. You can see more of those examples on the, not going to go through all of them because we don't have enough time, but you can see some more examples in the back. But the team also engaged in deep self-reflection and pointed to what Jonathan, one of the students, called our own hand in history. The project did not focus on blame or accusation, condemnation, but instead became a platform for asking more profound questions related to the role of Africans and African agency in their own history. And a colleague of mine, Kenyan, who deals with architecture, asked me, Maria, is it possible for us as Africans to go beyond the historical cultural narratives? And here's one of our students, Goretti, with a Wakanda sign. So the narrative do go beyond history of politics. So following 2018 and the Marvel movie Black Panther, Wakanda became a global cultural symbol for African diaspora that represents unity, resistance, and the beauty of African heritage. The phrase Wakanda forever became an expression of empowerment and solidarity. And here is our student, Loretta. As foreigners, especially for my colleagues from Sub-Saharan Africa, we learned very quickly that in the UK, the weather always matters. And it matters even when analyzing monuments. We had wonderful weather on both days of our fieldwork. Weather, light, sound, and location function as a kind of environmental framework and sensory context that undoubtedly influenced and shaped the interpretations. But weather here goes beyond atmospheric conditions. It also underscores the importance of space, surrounding, and sound. The mass around the monuments, as the student said. The scale and the central position of the Queen Victoria Monument in Liverpool, and many other comments related to spatial aspects were particularly significant. And finally, our presence, our small but loud and enthusiastic group, was clearly visible. By circling around the monuments, we were noticed. At one point, while photographing the Queen Victoria Monument in Liverpool, we had to ask some people to move a little bit because there were hovering aspects of the monuments. Blessing, so the same Nigerian student asked me, are we allowed to be doing this? Are we allowed to be taking photos of British statues and adding our own narrative? Without hesitation, I said yes. But then again, who am I to say that? I have been a British passport holder for the last 10 years, but I was born in Poland to an Orthodox Russian, Jewish, Belarusian mother and Protestant German father. So who has the right to say yes? And it goes without saying that very loud political and populist narratives do influence such questions about who is us and who is them, make us all question whether we truly have the right to our own narratives and perspective. We dare to say that we all do. Thank you very much. So we, again, we are not from the arty world, but we are midway through our project, and we are being now asked by different communities, could we somehow take it forward? Could we adjust it to kind of create space for other communities? And we would really like to request for feedback and some ideas or comments. I know it's not going to be all possible here, so I have little feedback forms. So if you'd like to note, if you have some ideas about who we could link with and so on, we would be grateful for any of those. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well, there might be, we're doing sort of impressively well for time, actually, so we will have not only space for questions, but maybe there'll be a chance to, members of the audience to feed back to Maria's requests there. So, our third speaker of the morning is Jelena Sofronijevic, who's an independent scholar with a particular focus on studying former Yugoslavia, and who is speaking today in particular about sculptor Petar Boškov, who had been inspired to begin his work through an encounter with Henry Moore, and is going to particularly talk about his place in London, Bradford and Skopje. So, Jelena, welcome.
Thank you, Maria, for that fascinating presentation as well. There are bits of this that I hope to carry forth in my presentation too. I showed Moore, who was a remarkable man, photographs of my sculptures. He was glad that we have similar preoccupations. He observed the form and the mass, but very delicately pointed out that a path deviated from his. Soon after, during the specialisation of the Royal College, when by coincidence one of my sculptures fell and broke, the revelation of the open form was born in me, an interest to study the interior, the shadow. That moment of physical breakage turned into a moment of definitive separation from both Moore's signature style, which was very intrusive to me, and I had a hard time breaking free from it. The sculptor Petar Hadži Boškov first encountered Henry Moore in 1955, when the British Council organised a touring exhibition of his works through socialist Yugoslavia. Numbers vary on this, but I've seen that either a quarter of all Yugoslavs or a quarter of Yugoslavs in certain cities attended, but Petar Hadži Boškov was certainly one of them. He was already practicing in sculpture by then, but it encouraged him to pursue an education at the Royal College of Fine Arts and at the Slade School of Finance in London, where he studied under More even opening to his debut exhibition at the remarkable Grabowski Gallery, which, at the same time under curator Jascha Rijkaard, was a centre for so-called Commonwealth artists like Frank Bowling and Aubrey Williams, who held some of their first UK exhibitions in the space. Hadži Boškov soon returned to Skopje, which is now North Macedonia, designing many spomeniks, or World War II monuments, and public artworks. Importantly, though, he continued to enjoy many exhibitions across the UK, especially in Bradford in 1964, in 1979, and again in 1997. The latter two, there were solo exhibitions as well. This is important because Bradford is twinned with Skopje, and here in this city, one of his sculptures remains, neglected, undocumented in the stores of Cartwright Hall. A grainy iPhone image of a head, which we will come to soon, from the museum's head of collections highlights that it hasn't received basic care, let alone been researched or publicly displayed since it entered the collection. It remains hidden in plain sight, much like the Yugoslavian diasporic communities across Yorkshire and northern England near to his contemporaries Institute in Leeds. For me, the sculpture really embodies some of the questions in my work around care, as well as cultural and community belonging. So the interpretation about Petar Hadži Boškov, if there is any, often stops at more this connection. There's rarely any mention of his wider practice, this interest in the head, in particular, as we see here, kind of work through not just in sculpture, but in works on paper and watercolour. And importantly, there's no mention of this wider solidarity, deeper interrogation of the connections between Skopje and Bradford. In the aftermath of the 1963 earthquake that hit Skopje, a team of students from the Bradford Institute of Technology, which later became the University of Bradford, where we are today, assisted in the reconstruction efforts and helped cement a long-term connection and cooperation between the two universities and the two cities. And this was owed much to the personal engagement of a historian and geographer called Fred Singleton, who was the chairman and established a new research unit in Yugoslav studies in 1965. So this twinning process, which is roughly taking place between 1960 and 1965, is happening at the same time as Petar Hadži Boškov is studying and indeed exhibiting here in Bradford. And the passage that I mentioned at the beginning is particularly fascinating to me with respect to the lack of interpretation in that, yes, it's a chance encounter with Moore in 1955 and with his work in the exhibition in Skopje, and it's also a chance that his sculptures fall on the floor and they break open. But there's something very particular about the earthquake, I find, that it feeds into his practice. It's, again, this physical opening up of the ground that encourages him to think about this psychological opening up in his practice as well. So these overlaps are very, very interesting. And there's quite a lot about the twinning as well, this personal connection in the special collections at the University of Bradford. I came here a bit early yesterday to have a read through some of the newspaper articles and reports. Maria, you'll be pleased to know that the students found that there was an awareness of the Beatles in Yugoslavia at that time, but the preference was for Cliff Richard, apparently. True. I want to kind of situate this in my curatorial work more widely before continuing to talk a little bit about where we are today. This is an image from the exhibition that took place in 1979, a group show. And my journey, I suppose, from encountering this very present absence of the sculpture to where I am today, having connected with the artist's family and collections in Skopje, having visited his studio and his son, Igor Hadži Boškov, who actually lived in the UK for a long period of time, being very supportive of this research and work. I just wanted to quickly show you some of the archive images, very quickly, of the different exhibitions in Bradford. This is of the group here outside Cartwright Hall. And at the same time, here is another exhibition that took place in Skopje of Bradford artists. Those who are quite eagle-eyed might be able to see a David Hockney work in the corner, that's Still Boy. This is the sculpture head. And I wanted to keep it an absence in your minds as well as it was mine, because actually how I encountered this was through a listing on the Art UK website. I identified Petar Hadži Boškov by the spelling of his name. I wasn't at that time familiar with him and his practice, but I sent an email to the team at Cartwright Hall and said, I'm coming in a few weeks' time, I would really like to see head. And they said, we're not quite sure what you're talking about, but give us a few weeks and we'll see what we can find. And this sculpture is indeed it. And so just to situate it in Petar Hadži Boškov's wider practice, on the right-hand side, you can see a number of other heads that are also produced in a similar period, 62 to 63. You'll see that they are much smaller, quite rounded, indeed quite abstract and more like. And so the head on the left-hand side is completely expanded open. It looks more like some of the works of helmets that he would go on to produce later on in his life. And so when I first received and immediately showed this image to the family in Skopje, they were really surprised that this was even called a head at all. So for me, it's fantastic in that when I read that passage that I read to you all at the beginning, when I first saw this, I realised how much this object is itself a diasporic object, and where it sits here now in Bradford, in its proximity to Moore, to the Institute, being here in Yorkshire, it speaks to this closeness, this relation, but stylistically it speaks to the start of, as Hadži Boškov says for himself, this breakaway from Moore's practice. I've been thinking a lot whilst I've been here about the line "People make Bradford," which has been at the forefront of the UK City of Culture and its promotion. But so many of these solidarities, these exhibitions that I've shown you some of the images from, are made and held by individuals, like artists and artworks, whose individual contributions together comprise these impressive collections. My work, I find, in curation is often simply to reconnect that which has been lost, and in the process to think about the new connections that can be made today. Those of you who are familiar with Yugoslavia might have also come across this idea of Yugo-nostalgia, and I'm often quite distinctly refusing that in my practice, to think more constructively about things that have been lost or at risk of being lost, and what we might do to acknowledge them and build from them in the future. There's a very particular link here with public space and connecting again Bradford and Skopje to where we are today. In 2010, Petar Trajanovski, who is then the mayor of Skopje, announced a 4-year urban redevelopment project for the city to include the reconstruction and the construction of around 150 new monuments and sculptures, 25 neoclassical and Baroque objects, and the intent to Baroquicize existing objects, most of which were constructed after the earthquake in 1963. I'm quoting Baroquicize because it's not my word and I don't know that it even is a word, but there we go. This project, known as Skopje 2014, was an effort to inscribe a Western European artistic and architectural tradition into the city, layering what has been termed styrofoam classicism over the built environment, whilst purporting to be peeling back the layers to Skopje's singular, pre-socialist and pre-Slavic and pre-Ottoman past. The North Macedonian Minister for Foreign Affairs described Skopje 2014 as a 3D textbook. Later, he also said it was a means of saying "up yours" or showing the third finger to Greeks. Another instance of these tensions has been the use of the country name of Macedonia, which has been disputed by Greece since the Yugoslav wars in the 1990s, and the establishment of the independent state in 2018-2019 with the official name change to North Macedonia. To be clear, Skopje 2014 is as much an act of historical revisionism as it is nationalism, in a city constructed of and by so many different nationalities, ethnicities, and religions. The 2021 census data shows that 58% of people in Skopje identify as Macedonians, followed by 25% Albanians, 3.85% predominantly Muslim Turks, 2.5% Roma, and the rest a plurality of different ethnic minorities. These communities, I'm using these statistics quite loosely because these communities and relations with identity have of course changed over time, particularly with the Second World War, which witnessed the near destruction of Skopje's Jewish community to around 200 people who live in the city centre today. Importantly though, none of these communities were consulted by the government in the process of Skopje 2014, the project perhaps unintentionally uniting members across the communities in their widespread opposition to the project. In the UK and in Western Europe more widely, we often speak of the removal of historic statues. So it's quite interesting for me to consider the effect of their introduction into public space. Susanna Milewska, who is a wonderful curator, art historian and theorist of art and visual culture who's based in Skopje, is one of the many people who says she simply doesn't step into the Central Macedonia Square anymore. Because those who do, and again, I'm intentionally not showing an image of it here, but those who do are confronted by the so-called warrior on horseback or warrior on a horse, who is an allusion to Alexander the Great. Can't strictly be named so on the plaque, but he is for anyone who knows. And this was erected very centrally in Macedonia at an estimated cost of 4.5 million euros. Government corruption across the Western Balkans remains rife. I'd be glad to speak further with anyone who's interested about this during the day, but for now I strongly recommend reading into the fire in a nightclub in Kočani in North Macedonia in March that killed dozens of young people, as well as the ongoing student-led protests in Novi Sad and Belgrade in Serbia. But what is very important here is to highlight how this is to the continued marginalisation of the majority of cities across the Western Balkans who are trying to live today, and for many simply trying to move on. In an article from 2011, in The Guardian, which still remains relevant, Minera Krivanebo, who's an ethnic Albanian who lives in the city's central district, is quoted to say, "I don't think it's the time for statues. People need to eat, work and live. We're 14 people in my family, and our only means of survival is the 30 euros we get from social security every month." So just to put that in the context of the cost of the statue that's in the city centre. Milewska, who I mentioned earlier, rightly points out that the absence of women in public space in Skopje is very stark, noting that 29 figurative sculptures that adorn the art bridge which crosses the Varga River in the centre of Skopje, not a single one of those is a woman. It is important to note, though, that some of the previously unknown artists who were commissioned as part of Skopje 2014 include many students and a very prolific sculptor who made the warrior on horseback, Valentina Karamfilova-Stabanovska. But I want to kind of take this now beyond questions of direct representation towards abstraction. What if instead of a man, a woman, a horse, there was something else? On 2, maybe even 3 occasions, Petar Hadži Boškov, along with Dimitar Kondovski, was awarded the first prize in a public competition to design a sculpture for the same central square in Macedonia where the man on a horse currently stands. This is that sculpture as far as it has ever been realised. Their obelisk was more than simply another phallic imposition in the landscape. This was to serve as a water fountain. With its signature abstract design, the water would reflect and refract light in all directions around the square, welcoming people inside or to sit beneath and listen to the water. For various reasons that remain unclear, the government delayed or postponed the project. Instead, it was never realised, and so instead it remains only and works on paper and, ironically, in its maquette in styrofoam form. In 2015, the year that Petar Hadži Boškov passed away, the curators at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Skopje executed a wonderful survey of his work in Shtobi, which is an archaeological site in North Macedonia. They were honouring the artist's wishes and interest to see his work in another context, in this kind of environment. All roads lead to the forum, they write in the exhibition catalogue, remarking the different classical interests that ground this sculpture. We're at a crossroad, they would write, in a place that should be a landmark. The remnants remain as a reminder of missed opportunities and of what could have been, as part of a performative act that could shed light on the past. Hadži Boškov is an artist who has shown that he is aware of the political dimension of art and its dynamic nature. This unfinished work incorporates an openness, the importance of the process, a participatory dimension, and the importance of collaborators and assistants. The government thought otherwise and criticised the curatorial team for risking damage to his work. Petar Hadži Boškov, by this point, had been belatedly and in some respects quite problematically heralded by the state as one of North Macedonia's national artists. But given that this maquette has been sat deconstructed under tarpaulin for years, it prompts us to return to some of these questions of care I raised at the start in the context of looking ahead. These are questions that aren't limited to one museum context, but certainly cross borders. So Cartwright Hall in Lister Park is the archetype of what I've since learned is termed Bradford Baroque. is an even more interesting place for another solo exhibition of Petar Hadži Boškov's work that I'm curating that will open in spring 2027. This exhibition will be part of Yorkshire's Year of Sculpture. It will also mark 30 years since Petar Hadži Boškov's last solo exhibition there, and precedes Skopje's own year as European Capital of Culture in 2028. There's also plenty of green space, perhaps for another performative public intervention, but I'll speak with the curators about that. Importantly, though, it will also reflect the importance of representation, something that chimes, I think, with some of the questions that are associated with Bradford 2025 UK City of Culture. The Bradford Museum Group has collected works that are associated with the cultural background of many post-war migrants to the Bradford area, and as Petar Hadži Boškov's work proves, not just since the 1980s with the important work of curators like Nicola Smith, but long before then with curators who were moving across borders like Sanja Vajieva-Dimitrova, who you saw in her white go-go boots standing in front of Cartwright Hall earlier on. It's very important in my work more widely to challenge some of these dominant negative representations and to think more constructively about the connections that continue to cross borders today. Thank you very much for listening.
So what's the building on the left?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. So the building on the left is the main Parliament building in Skopje, which you can see under reconstruction. This is one of the kind of archetypes of the styrofoam classicism I was pointing to.
You'll note the resemblance to the Bradford Alhambra.
As well. Well, so the building on the right is Cartwright Hall.
Yeah, the
but
domes
yes.
on those either side.
Absolutely. Yeah. And interestingly, I was reading as well in the archives yesterday, there was a performance of Macedonian folk dance at the Alhambra in 1979, the same year as the Petar Hadži Boškov, the group exhibition that featured Hadži Boškov's work.
Great, thank you very much. Right, well, if the speakers don't mind, come up to the table and we'll have some questions. We've got about 20 minutes. Yeah. That's great. Thank you. I thought actually the sort of striking thing about I mean, each of you coming from quite sort of different perspectives, really, but apart from anything, kind of reinforce the ongoing need, obviously, for actual research to provide context for a lot of public art, but also that sense, which always seems peculiar, that the recent past seems to kind of vanish into an area of lack of knowledge incredibly fast, and each of you in different ways are sort of revealing aspects of that. So I've got one question before we go to the audience is, why is it that it seems to me that particularly with public art of the 20th century, the second half of the 20th century, almost more than architecture, it still seems to be the one that's sort of quite hard to get people to agree is important and worthwhile. And Nicola, I was sort of wondering, in your experience of working with young people on things like The Leading Woman and other sculptures, what their kind of initial take is when you introduce them to these pieces.
So we work with a whole range of young people, and in fact every single time we have a group we tailor our communications and what we teach them and talk to them about for each group, so it's very much tailored. We do pick out themes that are of particular significance. So the refugee theme was obviously very strong in The Leading Woman, and that had a very powerful connection to the young people that we brought. And the story of Karel Vogel, I mean, what was interesting is that Karel Vogel, when he produced that work, it was late 1950s, and actually it was a very controversial piece in its time, as so much of his art was. So Vogel, sort of Hammersmith Council was incredibly derogatory about the original maquette, and then Vogel invited them to his studio, and then they became a bit nicer, and there were all sorts of amazing bits of press about sort of is it a man or a woman or a child? I mean, all sorts of it's pretty obvious to all of us. The Moon Woman is launched, all sorts of weird headlines in the newspapers. And I think that theme of the fact that interesting art that we embrace now, was really controversial in its time, was also resonant with them. And the fact that, over time, we do become so much more open and accepting and understanding. So that theme of sort of avant-garde artists being supported, emerging artists being supported, all part of this London County Council scheme, was incredibly powerful also to some of the young people, and how important it is to not just patronise traditional artists, but to really allow artists that freedom to work. And what was so interesting is how gracious Vogel was in this whole controversy, incredibly yes, well, I do understand that, is rather more modern than people might have expected, but, I hope that they will grow to like it. That sort of graciousness and dignity in the way that the artist responded to his detractors at the time, I think was also a really powerful story.
I think very particularly speaking from the context of Yugoslavia, there's a few things that are quite interesting here in terms of reception. I've been thinking a lot through this idea of solidarity, which is this grand concept, but actually it's something that's held very individually by either communities or connections. So this link between Bradford and Skopje, the students, for instance, who are going back and forth, is one of the things. Once those people pass away or they move on, then that solidarity, that grand concept, starts to fall apart. There's also something that's quite interesting with respect to the wars in the 90s, in that many of the artists who came to the UK, and in my time doing this research, I've encountered probably about 100 artists and 100 artworks across the UK by people of all different backgrounds. And in many respects, it's very incidental that they end up being in collections that are very close to where diaspora communities are. That's certainly the case with Hadži Boškov's work in Yorkshire, because the artists didn't necessarily see themselves as part of the diaspora. And so, as you're saying, themselves, their works ask quite controversial or challenging questions with respect to identity in the context that we're in now, and especially with respect to very nationalist divisions and nationalist governments continuing to perpetuate them. So in that sense, I think it's even more important to revisit some of these works and these individuals, because they challenge many of the preconceptions that we're living through, but also highlight how recent those preconceptions have been created.
Thank you. Right, questions from the floor. Are we going to do it with a mic? Lovely. So, hands for those who have questions. Very nervous. Yeah, it's over here.
Hi, thanks to all the speakers for a really interesting presentation. Nicola, I just wanted to ask you a bit more. You talked about sort of measuring the impact of your work, which is really interesting. And I just wondered if you could talk a bit more about how you go beyond the sort of anecdotal or the qualitative impact to more, so how do you quantify maybe the social impact of your work, or the financial, or how do you go beyond that qualitative response?
Very good question. And to start with, I'd say that we are evolving our impact measurement all the time. But it is incredibly important. One of the interesting aspects that we feel for all our work, not just public art, is the impact on the kind of general uplift of the area, the positive impact on the public realm. So one aspect is that we record how much investment the local authority then makes to the area around our projects. Often they repave, they plant trees, they put benches, they clear areas, they remove bins, all sorts of things to uplift the area, and we see this time and time again. So that is something that we can track, and obviously we encourage. The other thing that's interesting, we're really particularly interested in, is the impact on antisocial behaviour in the area, because there is something about the restoration of a monument and a sculpture, obviously, that becomes a kind of beacon in its community. And then we're looking at the stats on graffiti and vandalism in the area, and tracking to what impact the restoration process, not just the restoration result, but the restoration process, has reduced that sense of neglect, the sense of sort of people just ignoring it and tossing all sorts of things, and that's also really powerful. And aligned with that, we want to kind of demonstrate that restoration projects of this sort make people feel safer in their environment. So we've definitely tracked that, for example, in public parks, that the demographics of use in the park after one of our projects, sort of more families are using it. There are fewer drug arrests, things like that. That sort of tracking of social impact is quite it's quite hard to trace, but there are some ways we can do it, and it's something that we're continuing to develop, the actual mechanisms whereby we can really demonstrate that impact, because we all are sort of aware of it, but we want to be able to pinpoint it.
Hi, I was interested in your decision that storytelling would potentially muddy the water from kind of, particularly coupled with your feeling that the self-guided tour through Liverpool gave a more direct and instinctive reaction to seeing plinths on plinths and glorification of an empire. But I wasn't sure whether that married up with your original SOAS idea that people should, it should be possible to tell things on to all sorts of people in an inclusive way, whether the work the students are doing, by the end of it, do you think it will be possible for their voice to come out strongly enough so it can be told on to all of us, and everybody else?
Jonathan, would you like to answer this question? Do you think we managed to get your voice out through the photos and the images?
Yes, I think they did.
So there's the storytelling. I think as an arts-based methodology, I made a mistake, and it was in a way me saying I made a mistake, and we as Europeans, as highly educated people in Africa, because it wasn't just us Europeans, we make an assumption sometimes about what the method will be the best. And again, we've made the previous project that we did, we gave the choice of mild methodologies, but actually the choice that is being picked up, which we are seeing in Europe and in Africa as well, is photography, is the photo voice. People feel that this is the most accessible. This is the one that we can all do. They are quite shocked afterwards when during the workshop we tell them how you can, via photography, how you can add the power or take the power or narrate the photography. How, if you take a photo of the monument and it takes the whole picture, it's kind of strong. If you take a step back and it's tiny, or you add your hand, and it changes the dynamics of what you're trying to show. So we do have the element of storytelling, but it is not a primary methodology that was of the choice of the communities that we worked in with Malawi and other places. And with the storytelling, we kind of assume very often, yes, Africans like to take stories. It's about, verbal and so. But
the photos, will they come through in a series of like TikTok series where there are words, there are voices, so that people can, you can put people in your place in front of that sculpture?
Yeah. So the students were asked to kind of connect it to, you can see on the photos and on the website as well. They did write how they connect that image to a particular story. So there is element, but it is not the primary methodology. And I think, especially the Queen Victoria's monument, that is taking people in very different directions. So you have stories attached to one monument that goes everywhere in every narration.
Any other questions? Yeah.
That's something I do think that the student voices do come through when you're looking at the exhibition and the quotes and the descriptions that are with it. I get that sense of how the project is getting us to think differently about the monuments that probably people walk past every day and maybe don't really contextualise or think about. So it would be great. I guess the next step is getting the message out there to a bigger audience, which we're working on anyway. But but for me, I certainly felt like that. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Really enjoyed your three presentations.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, Catherine.
I wonder whether you could just say a little more about your experience of going with the Contested History Expo in Liverpool. And, that sounds as though that didn't kind of work out in the way you were expecting. Can you elaborate a little?
Sorry,
It was yours. Sorry.
It was York, yeah. So what happened in New York? We've got really embedded in the history. So the guys, I didn't join them for that bit because I said, well, York you do by yourselves without having the kind of power of a lecturer being with you. They had an independent company that took them for a tour. The tour was brilliant. They said the students said that they've learned a lot. We have evaluations because they've done a bit of a writing between before, in the middle, and afterwards. But the images that we got, all the photos that we got from that part of the visit, were all going into one direction. They were all linking to colonialism. They were all linking to issues around slavery, brain drain. So kind of, they were very shaped by the experience of the tour guide. There was nothing negative in the tour guide as such. In Liverpool, what we've done, we've listed the monuments that can potentially be a contested monuments. And we've created the most efficient way to walk from one monument to another. And we only had a very brief description of that monument without I even tried to avoid the guys to know the titles of the monument. So what Henry Moore was saying, don't give the title because it's kind of direct people's thinking into this monument. And the Liverpool images are actually the one who are much more reflective. They are much more about African agency as well. They are much more about, West Africa House, which is what role did we play in this? So I'm not saying that it is the whole kind of experience. It's just the experience of how those two field trips, what kind of outcomes they had. And again, we have to evaluate in details or the feedbacks and all the information that we got throughout the project, but a very quick observation of the differences between those 2 days is that the outputs was different. The first was much more kind of directed to the politics and history. The other one went into diversity of different, including the Wakanda image.
So, with the second visit, do you think they were, presumably they were staying up and both looking at the works and also kind of Googling them and...
Yeah, so they were looking at the works, but the immersion in the history of the works wasn't the same level. So in Liverpool, there was, I think, much more space for interpretations. Am I right to put it this way, Jonathan? While in New York, they had much more behind the histories, the people who are linked, for example, I don't know, the chocolate factory or different monuments. So again, it's just a little bit about the space that we created. In Liverpool, we created much more open space. In York, we've almost got them channeled through history and politics, and you can see this on the outputs. But I can, if I can encourage you, there probably will be more of them out of the 6. But the time in Sub-Saharan African students is a very flexible concept. So they're probably going to be late. But if you have any questions, please ask Jonathan as well. I'm sure he's going to be happy to put this one.
All three of you have highlighted the massive potential there is in the art that already exists, and V&A Storehouse in London is a building that contains so much great provenance of our recent past. Is there sort of massive potential for public art to rediscover and bring out, as you're showing? This potential seems enormous, and maybe you could just talk about that.
One thing I'd like to say on that, interestingly, is that we quite often battle with the reverse process. So we battle with museums and galleries wanting to take things off the street and put them in a museum and gallery. And we feel incredibly strongly that public art needs to have public access, as much as possible, 24/7 public access. So there's often a sort of case for, it's much safer, and we can curate the people who have access to it. Yes, I think there's a huge potential to rediscover and relocate. I'm all for relocation, by the way, in terms of sort of historic monuments, if they need to be. I mean, if they're stranded on a traffic island and no one can ever access them, let's get them relocated. Absolutely, I think, I feel our work demonstrates incredibly powerfully the impact of having public art that is yours in your community, part of your life, your experiences, your sort of growing up around it. And I would love to see some public art that is sort of barely enjoyed or enjoyed with limitations to move into the public realm. There's so many possibilities, and I also feel, obviously, for commissioning new public art, do it in the way that we're doing it and other people are doing it as part of that co-design, have local communities involved in it, have them feel that ownership. It just makes public art and monuments and sculpture much more sustainable. It's going to have a generation of champions who are going to be caring for it in the future, and it won't get neglected, we hope.
Yeah, sorry.
I find this really interesting, this relationship between the museum and thinking about the museum as a commons or a public space. So the other part of the core part of my practice is a podcast that I make called Empire Lines that looks at the two-way flows of empires through artworks. And it's all recorded on location with different artists, curators, art historians. And a recurrent thread throughout that is the museum or the archival collection as an inherently inaccessible, often discriminatory, often racist institution. What's fascinating in relation to my research in the Balkans and Yugoslavia is that our diaspora communities generally in the UK don't really tend to go to museums and galleries, in part because they don't see works or objects that are representative. So we're in a kind of alternative situation where the museum, for once, in a context that I'm working with, is in a sense a bit more of a blank canvas. And what I'm really trying to experiment with through these exhibitions is whether through public programming and conversations, etc., we can actually use these museums and galleries as spaces to have some of those more complicated questions around identity that haven't really been resolved. So to rethink about the museums, I suppose, as a public space, as a commons. And in relation to the V&A, there's also an interesting sculptor called Ivan Meštrović, who there's a number of his works in the V&A in London and in the collection. There's also a work in the University of Leeds library and in their gallery that you can go and see at all times. It's right above the visitor desk to wooden reliefs of angels. And there's an interesting connection to Moore there because there was a solo exhibition of Ivan Meštrović's work at the V&A that then travelled up to Leeds in 1915, 1916, so 100 years, that Moore's dad dragged him to as a young man. And there's sketches in Moore's early textbooks of Ivan Meštrović's sculptures, so you can kind of trace this back and forth with Yugoslavia.
Just very, very quickly, again, it's a little bit from outside, but I use art and sculpture especially, but also the buildings and the names of the streets to create a space for students to be able to voice their ideas that they wouldn't otherwise voice. Not to me as a white person, not to me as a person from, I don't know, Eastern Europe, but as the lecturer. So the Sub-Saharan African students who come to my class, I'm rarely called anything else than professor, and I'm far away from being a professor. because there has to be a distance and there has to be a respect. Many of them have much more lived experience and educational experience than I do in many aspects. And it's very difficult to let the students just say the questions that I know they have in their heads. And creating the space where we go outside and they ask, you know, are we allowed to do it? Are we allowed to have our say? Are we allowed to, you know, kind of honestly say that the Queen Victoria's monuments annoys us every time we pass it because it links to our experiences of what happened to our village and so on. So I think for me, it's almost like using the art as a tool to open a very important conversations about, you know, my students' experiences. And when it comes to public art, I think it should be in public spaces. And I have the stories from Maputo, from Mozambique, where there is a monument of Salazar. And there was a question on whether the monument should be moved, because it's part of contested histories now, whether it should be moved to a museum. And the community from within the area where the statue was, no, we want him where he is. But what they did, they turned him around. So the statue is there, but it's now facing the wall of the car park. And it is very powerful because there is no rejection of that monument. There's no rejection. For me, there's no rejection of that problematic, difficult history. It's there and it should be there. And people from Mozambique, from Maputo, are saying we want him there because we wanted to remind us. We have our own narrative to that past, to that history, but we want it to be there as a reminder. So I think it's important and it should stay as much as possible where it is.
Brilliant, thank you. I might add that one to the HE sort of case studies actually of what you can do. I think probably.
I think we're just going to take a very short break.
Great.
And start
10
again.
minutes?
So, no, let's start again at 1:30.
Okay, 1:30. Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, so moving on. Our second section is about commerce, and we've got 3 presentations very much focused on the post-war era and on very focused research on, certainly in 2 cases, very specific practice. So without further ado, I want to introduce Lisa Brown, who's an independent researcher and who is very much focused on the murals of Henry Collins and his wife, Joyce Pallot. And Lisa has had grants from the Paul Mellon. She's had funding to work with the Business Archives Council, and she has done a lovely photo book on the work of these of Henry and Joyce for the modernists, which is always well worth looking out. But over to you.
Just bear with me. Hi. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. The title of my paper is A Matter of Spectator Involvement, and it's taken from the spring 1975 edition of Concrete Quarterly. And it's part of a quote that artist Henry Collins made about the murals that he and his wife Joyce created for Sainsbury's and British Home Stores. So by this point in their careers, they'd made concrete reliefs for stores in Hitchin, Colchester, Gloucester and Newcastle, as well as panels for Colchester subways and Petersburg from Blarn in Wales. They were going to produce many more.
Sorry, can't hear you very well.
Oh, sorry, is that better? Is that better?
Sorry.
That's all right. No, it's, thank you for telling me. They're going to produce many more, gradually evolving their working practice to create indoor murals made from wood. So 50 years on, what are the present circumstances of these retail-based works? Are they in situ? Are they being recited? Are they in storage? Or are they lost? And what of their future now the spectators are increasingly online rather than on the high street? So I should introduce the artists. Henry and Joyce met at art school in Colchester in 1932. They married 6 years later, and their first public art commission was in 1948 when they designed an exhibition train carriage for Allied Iron Founders Limited. They were both talented painters, and they were founding members of Colchester Art Society and taught in Colchester and further afield. Henry and Joyce's mural work was entirely site-specific. Each piece researched and designed for its situation, whether that would be in a supermarket entryway or a civic square in a new town. The murals were, as George Perkin, the editor of Concrete Quarterly, wrote, not only rich in design, but rich in meaning for the people who daily pass by. Joyce would visit each location by way of investigation to look for inspiration in the local museums. Ancient finds, fauna and flora, buildings and structures, historical figures and local industry, these would all feature in their designs. Rooted in both place and time, their designs are strongly linked with the communities they were made for. Their work is really about connection, and what is placemaking if not about establishing connections. So one of their early commissions was for the Festival of Britain. They were tasked with creating displays for the Sports Pavilion, which was designed by architects Gordon and Ursula Bauer. They devised a series of double-height space frames, part glazed and part covered with canvas awnings, as well as freestanding displays that sat between the main structure and the river, which you can see on the slide there, and on number 33 on the map. And there's also a quote from Sir Gerald Bowery, who was the director of the festival, where he talks of teamwork across disciplines. And this is significant as these collaborations that were established between like artists and architects here, they proved to be fruitful later on in their careers. The collection at Reba holds scrapbooks made by Gordon, where he recalls his work at the festival. Our brief was to tell the story of sport in Britain and to include every conceivable one, but naturally giving more prominence to soccer, cricket, tennis and golf, rather than fencing, beagling, don't ask me what that is, and falconry. Some sports, of course, have very little equipment, and here he had to use various display techniques to overcome this, produced by two very talented artists and designers, Henry and Joyce Collins. The festival contracts held at the National Archive list the items they produced, which included 16 small fish, 8 large fish, and a miscellaneous collection of aquamarine items, some of which you can see in the images here. Missing image. Anyway, not to worry. Quoting again from Bauer's scrapbook, much of the display work was undertaken by Joyce and Henry Collins, including an over life-size boxing figure in stitched leather that was subsequently acquired by Hugh Casson. They also made a fencer and a rugby player, although I have no idea where those figures ended up. Here's an elevation drawing of one of Gordon and Ursula's display stands that they designed that's from the collection at the National Archive. And there's a wonderful image of Joyce working on the box figure, which looks absolutely huge. So the two couples collaborated again in 1958, the Collins producing a painted mural for the reception of Sojenique offices in Newport Pagnell, designed by the Bauers. It featured in Architectural Design magazine in June of that year. Also in 1958 was the World's Fair in Brussels, where Henry and Joyce created a display for the Courtyard of Invention at the British Government Pavilion. I've only managed to find one photograph, but it's described by Gordon in his scrapbooks again. British firsts ranging from the lawnmower and the water closet to TV and the sandwich, all illustrated by J&H Collins on laminated panels. The connections made in the 1950s led to further work for them in the following decade. These images show the information panels devised by Henry and Joyce to greet visitors to the Post Office Tower. Designer Kenneth Grange had worked with the Bauers at both the Festival of Britain and the Brussels Expo, and he was a member of the Museum Tower Publicity Subcommittee. On visit to the BT archives, I found details in minutes from April 1962, with the committee being tasked with commissioning a series of pictures or displays showing the story of the tower and what it does. And in later minutes, a record of Grange offering to contact the man who'd made a similar display for the Brussels exhibition. Henry himself was present at a subsequent meeting where he was introduced by Grange as an expert in the design of story murals, and their panel was commissioned on April the 22nd in 1965. So the Collins built a relationship with the local contractors in Colchester called Hutton Builders, and that really kind of brought their work alive. And there's an advertisement for Hutton's here from a trade journal which has details of Joyce and Henry's work at Worcester and also in Newcastle. And also in an article in JS Journal, Sainsbury's in-house magazine from September 1973 titled One Blank Wall, Some Concrete and the collaboration between the artists and contractors is explored. Also detailed their process. It explains how their moulds were made with polystyrene and how they would inscribe their design using heated tools, some quite domestic in nature. Spoons, pastry cutters, spanners, odd bits of metal picked up in the street, all have been used by the Collins to produce a myriad of shapes and textures. We heat them up on the gas stove, says Joyce. The heated forks make marvellous grass, and as the prongs cool so the impression becomes shallower, it's very effective. And there are some photos of the panels in the builder's yard, and one of Henry and Jack Mead of Huttons, and apparently it was Jack's secret concrete mix, which they used for Henry and Joyce's murals. So this 1976 article from Prover Parade, which is the in-house magazine that BHS used to produce, offers further insight. As the moulds are destroyed as part of the process of removal, each mural is unique, but since each is designed specifically for one site, that is just what the designers, Mr. and Mrs. Collins, had in mind. So this was the first concrete mural that they produced for Sainsbury's. It was commissioned for the Colchester store development in 1969. Stanley Bragg architects were designing the scheme, but local planning dictated that a large expanse of glazing was not permitted. The solution was the 24-panel piece, which still adorns the store today. The story goes that Stanley and Henry got chatting on the train, and on hearing that the couple had produced large-scale display pieces, he wondered about the possibility of something similar but more robust that could be sited on the store's facade. The work featured in JS Journal in December 1969. I love the prams lined up outside. It's very of its time. You wouldn't see that now. It's bike racks now, which is more appropriate. A bare wall seemed a bleak alternative, so JS readily agreed to commission a large mural of precast concrete that was not only decorative, but also illustrated some of the town's long history. The coins and seals on which the designs are based are all connected with Colchester, are on display at the local museum. As well as the details relating to the local area, there's a sun roundel motif, which you can see in the small image at the bottom, which was designed especially for Sainsbury's, and the Collins went on to include a version of it in all their subsequent murals that they designed for the retailer. So, soon after the commission for Colchester, the Collins were busy creating a piece for a new Sainsbury's store in Gloucester. The Hare Lane entrance was flanked by a cast mural, which this time included coloured decoration and the addition of mosaic. So the mural graced the cover of JS Journal in March 1971, and the accompanying report details some of the items featured in the design, including a Celtic stave head which was found during excavation on the construction site. The golden treasure is a sculpted human head that probably topped ceremonial staff, and the image shows it being presented to the Mayor of Gloucester, and naturally it was incorporated into Henry and Joyce's design as well. It's that just underneath where it says Gleavum, it's that kind of long elongated piece there. As you can probably tell from my photographs, this branch is now closed and the site is due to be redeveloped. I recently contracted Andrew Armstrong, who's Gloucester's city archaeologist, to inquire about the mural's future and for news of the Collins' BHS mural, because they also produced one for BHS in Gloucester, but it's been in storage since I think about 2022. He responded confirming that the BHS mural is in storage and the council has intentions for reinstallation, although no site is yet confirmed. The preservation of the Sainsbury's mural is included in the resolution to grant planning permission with the aim to display it in the entrance foyer of any new redevelopment. So even quite soon after its installation, the mural was thought of very fondly locally. This article from The Citizen was published 2 years after installation, gives an explanation of the motifs in the design, and sums up by saying, what they've done is to create an outstanding piece of design and a stimulating history lesson that could well be followed up by visits to the local museum, where they gain much of their inspiration. So we're off to Hertfordshire now, and this is the Hitchin store, which was designed by Sir Hugh Casson, who earlier on I mentioned had the boxer figure. It was Sainsbury's 144th supermarket and opened its doors on the 31st of July 1973. So the design is made up of a series of square and rectangular panels, the large verticals featuring local historical figures. The Sainsbury's sun motif is repeated 5 times and highlighted in yellow and red. Local trades such as tanning, brewing and coopering are represented, and plaited straw relates to the local hat trade. As Hitchin was a staging post on the journey to London, Kershaw's coach is included, which is a geographical as well as historical connection. And this is possibly my favourite part of the design, this smart-looking chap on a horse, which is he was taken from a ridge tile that Joyce discovered in the local museum. So the Hitchin store actually closed in September of 2001, and the mural was relocated to the local library in 2003, so at least it's maintaining its connection to the town, if not to the retailer it's commissioned by. So moving to Oxfordshire, and this is the Templar Square branch, which opened in September 1977. Cowley is on the outskirts of Oxford. It's famous for its automotive industry, which if you didn't know already, it'd be fairly explanatory from a mural. It was home to Morris Motors from 1912, but there's also more modern vehicles there, which there's the MG, there's an Austin Princess, and also a Mini. Oxford's coat of arms and ancient names of the city represent the civic life, and the animals and farming items represent the rural. City's dreaming spires are present too, including in Worcester College, which was that was the alma mater of John and Tim Sainsbury of the Sainsbury's family. The Oxfordshire Steam Ploughing Company, later known as John Allen and Sons, made agricultural machines and cranes, and their vehicles are picked out in eye-catching mosaic. There's a good chance that local people or their family members may have been employed in these companies. So it's that relatability and shared experiences that resonate on an individual level as well as with the community. So the Cowley branch closed in 2000 when they built a new store nearby, and when I visited in April 2023, the former Sainsbury's store was occupied by Wilko's. And so I viewed Henry's drawings of the Cowley mural at the Sainsbury's archive, and I saw that the drawing showed a Sainsbury's delivery van. And comparing it with my photographs, I realised that at some point the van had been covered over by a Wilko plaque, which is quite poignant though, because that's now itself obsolete because they went into administration in August of that year. It was quite sad, really. So in my introduction, I mentioned that the Collins developed their working practice to create some indoor murals. So it seems fitting that the one surviving wooden work remains in Harlow. Master planner Sir Frederick Gibbard was keen to incorporate public art into the fabric of the town, making it home for the finest works of art as it is in Florence and other splendid cities. And that's a pursuit still continued today by Harlow Arts Trust, as one of their recent projects was the resiting of Henry and Joyce's mural from the closed down BHS to Playhouse Walk in the Harvey Centre. There it is, in its new place. So although it's materially different to their earlier works, the mural is still replete with local interest. There's buildings, historic items and motifs from the natural world. The butterflies and moths included also lent their names to pubs built by the Newtown Development Corporation, which I thought was quite funny. So there's the Essex Skipper, the White Admiral and most appropriately the Drinker Moth in there. So particularly nice detail is this cartouche recording visits to Harlow by both Elizabeth I and II. So the Tudor Queen visited on 3 occasions during the 1500s and the 20th century monarch when she officially opened Elizabeth Way in October 1957. So it's a historical narrative reinforcing the placemaking of the work again. So when I visited Henry and Joyce's son Nicholas last August, and he showed me some photographs of 2 other wooden panels made by his parents. So as with the Harlow mural, the piece for the in-store restaurant at Canterbury was never destined to be entirely public, but instead to occupy this kind of more secluded retail space. Trips to the British Library gave me access to copies of BHS in-house magazine, and I was excited to find an article about the Canterbury store. There it is. So issue 57, BHS Parade from April 1985, featured an article titled Canterbury's Tales, where Paul Bray of the Architects Department details the 8-month fit-out of the new store and includes a photograph of Henry making finishing touches to the mural. Characters crafted included the perfect gentle knight, the wife of Bath, the squire, the prioress and the miller, all carved in wood and ready to be mounted on 5 plinths in a series of little alcoves under a canopy. So they also made a piece for York as well. So British Home Stores York originally opened in 1968. Henry and Joyce were commissioned to produce a mural work for the in-store restaurant in 1985 to coincide with a 7-figure refurbishment programme, to quote from the press cutting. The article mentions 5 panels. However, I've only seen images of 4, but the article also says that they were Coventry artists rather than Colchester, so I'm not entirely sure about they might not have got the number of panels right in the article either. So, strongly heraldic in appearance, the panels are topped with a step design inspired by the city wall and include the 14th century merchant adventurers hall and York Minster. The Viking heritage of the city is represented by weapons and a brooch of the period and the city's Viking name Warwick. As far as I know, short of investigation with a crowbar, the location of these two works is unknown, which is a shame really, because although they're not as monumental as their concrete reliefs and not being as accessible as the shopfront murals, there would likely be many people with fond memories of seeing them in VHS eateries when they were having a break on their shopping trips. So I'm coming back to my timeline. But it's a bit of an alternative version because it's showing the status of the Collins work at the present time. So the essence of what is so charming about Henry and Joyce's work, the fact that it's so very much of its place, is also part of its problem. The scale of the murals makes them difficult and expensive to recite, but there are positives. The Bexhill MC work was recently renovated by conservation group Bexhill Heritage, and the Harlow piece is on public display again. So during lockdown, it forced us to have a new appreciation of our localities and public spaces. And post-COVID, it felt as though there were exciting possibilities in how we might embrace our shared spaces in new ways. But more recent issues, such as cost of living crisis, have exacerbated problems on the high street. Figures compiled by the Centre for Retail Research at the end of last year suggest that the UK lost about 37 shops a day during 2024. So the places that we go to shop and eat can feel unimportant in the current climate, but I feel like we should not overlook these everyday things as they offer an insight into social history. Looking at these ordinary places where we gather together, spend our leisure time, can provide a record of day-to-day life, and they can continue to give us shared experiences that can serve as reminders of the things that we have in common as society, and the art created for them is an important part of that.
Great, thank you very much. Now, moving on, we have Ellie Brown. Where are you, Ellie? There. So Ellie has just completed her PhD at the University of Warwick, like last week, basically. And she's a 2025 Research Fellow at the Henry Moore Institute, where she's researching Frank Belsky's work. And she has also volunteered for us and done an internship at the 20th-Century Society looking at shopping centres. And she's going to talk today about the art commissions in the 20th Century Shopping Centre.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here today. As Catherine mentioned, I'm a visiting research fellow at the Henry Moore Institute this year, and I've also done work with C20 during my PhD, so it feels like a really great opportunity to cross-fertilise those bits of work that I've done. So today I'm going to examine public sculpture in British shopping centres in the 20th century. And as Catherine mentioned, this kind of stems from my PhD, which looked at the architecture and design of British shopping centres in the 20th century more generally. So, there we go. So, while I was undertaking my internship with the 20th Century Society, I was able to visit lots of shopping centres across Britain. And through that, it gave me the opportunity to see a lot of public artworks in different shopping centres. So this included seeing Pallot's mosaics in the Kingfisher Centre in Redditch, and the late Brian Clark's stained glass in the Victoria Quarter in Leeds. And this was a great opportunity to see some works that are still in situ, but many of the works that were commissioned or acquired for shopping centres in the 20th century are no longer in place. But the shopping centre as a space did attract the work of many prominent sculptors and artists working in the 20th century. So, for example, there's Elizabeth Frink, Barbara Hepworth, Edward Bainbridge Copnall, Lillian Lynn, and Peter Randall Page, as well as Bill Mitchell, that we'll hear a bit more about from Dawn after me, and Henry Collins and Joyce Pallot as well. So a real range of artists working on commissions for shopping centres in the 20th century. and just do that. But today I'm going to speak specifically about Frank Belsky, whose papers I'm looking at the Henry Moore Institute this year. So a very, very brief summary of Belsky's life for the sake of time. He was born in Brunel in 1921, and he emigrated to London in the late 1940s, where he completed his studies in sculpture at the RCA under the sculptor Frank Dobson. So Belsky was a prolific sculptor throughout his career, and his work can be separated into two distinct categories. So on the one hand, he was a portrait sculptor who created busts of members of the royal family, and on the left-hand side you can see his bust of Queen Mother. And he also was commissioned for many public sculptures of political and military figures, including Churchill. But at the same time, Belsky also undertook a number of public commissions that were much more comparatively abstract in form. And so on the right here, we can see Belsky with a section of his sculpture for the Arndale Centre in Manchester, which I'll be talking about today. But of his public commissions, Belsky is probably best known for the Lesson in Bethnal Green, and you might be able to spot the maquette for the Lesson in the photo on the left, and Joyride in Stevenage New Town Centre from the 1950s. Just go back to that one for a second. And these are two artworks that really encapsulated the post-war embrace of the family and how that was manifested in the reconstruction of post-war British society in the built environment. I think Joyride in particular is really characteristic of the kinds of sculptures that were commissioned for shopping centres in the post-war period, especially in the immediate post-war period, both in terms of the theme of the family, and in particular the mother and child, but also in terms of creating a focal point in an open-air shopping precinct. Joyride was also evocative of an emerging citizen consumer in the post-war Britain, and as Owen Hatherley has recently written in his book, The Alienation Effect, quote, "This big bronze in a colourful square of bright glass building speaks of affluence and, with the department stores just below, of consumerism and abundance." So by the mid to late 1960s, this emphasis on consumerism and abundance became more pronounced. And the open-air precinct that we see here was increasingly replaced with the enclosed shopping centre, marking a shift from the kind of shopping precinct as, a space for everyday convenience shopping into shopping as a form of pleasure and leisure. And this transition influenced the kinds of sculptures that would be commissioned for the shopping centre going forward. And this shift can be seen in tracing Belsky's commercial commissions over roughly a period of 20 years, from the installation of the bronze sculpture Joyride to the mid-1970s, when Belsky was commissioned for Totem in the Arndale Centre in Manchester, which was a 9-metre aluminium glass-reinforced resin sculpture positioned in a palazzo polished terrazzo, basin with water jets. But despite the differences between Joyride and Totem in terms of the themes, the materials, and in terms of the kind of shopping centres that they were installed in, I think there are definitely clear recurring themes that underpinned Belsky's public commissions as an artist who really set out to humanise the built environment. So throughout his career as a public sculptor, Belsky advocated for what he saw as sculpture's social task. And on more than one occasion, both in public talks and in print, specifically letters into the Architect's Journal, Belsky publicly remarked that, quote, "With the mass-produced buildings of today, the only way to humanise them is to provide them with a piece of sculpture." He also believed that bad sculpture was better than no sculpture. So Belsky put his ideas in terms of humanising the built environment into practice in the suburbs of Bristol in Yate, where he was commissioned to design an aluminium glass reinforced resin fountain for the Four Seasons precinct in 1964. So Belsky described his intention for the Four Seasons fountain as serving as a reminder of the proximity of nature beyond the more immediate landscape of what he called bustling, impersonal, noise-ridden city life. And at over 5 metres in height, Belsky's Four Seasons fountain served as a counter to the unfamiliarity of this new commercial environment. And it was described in the local newspaper as creating a focal point that could also serve as a site for reflective contemplation. A decade later, when Belsky was working on his totem commission, you can see that he continued to explore this potential for sculpture as serving as a focal point, but also as a space for contemplation in the enclosed shopping centre. So in 1975, Belsky was commissioned for the sculpture for the Arndale Centre in Manchester. And he responded to the brief by incorporating motifs that referenced local chemical and textile industries in Manchester. And at the top of the totem, he incorporated a capstan in reference to the Manchester canals. Though, as Belsky himself pointed out, seen from the first story of the shopping centre, the capstan would appear as a sculpture in its own right and would look like a bird floating in the middle of the shopping centre. And I think this was really important because throughout his work, Belsky often emphasised the importance of how it would be seen and how it would be experienced from different perspectives. And in his proposal for Totem, he wrote that, quote, "The impact should be instant, yet it should go on revealing new aspects and associations on longer acquaintance. The view from the upper level should provide quite a new experience and draw people there. It should act as a focal point seen from the more distant malls of the lower level and be an intriguing attraction." And I think these contact sheets from the installation really do capture how it really does you get a very different experience of the work from different angles. But Belsky's original proposal for the work was to have a fountain incorporated into the sculpture itself. And the idea would be that water would cascade into a pool below. And this was vetoed by the developer, which is interesting because it's usually shopping centre developers that want art as decoration, kind of crazy fountains. So it's interesting that actually this idea came from Belsky rather than Arndale. But his idea for the fountain would be that water provides fascinating effects, and he added that the noise of a fountain is therapeutic too. So, as my research at the Henry Moore Institute has found, Belsky had a clear fascination with fountains throughout his career. And water often served as a source of inspiration for him. And amongst his papers are countless photographs of fountains from around the world, from the Trevi Fountain in Rome to Lawrence Halprin's fountain in San Francisco that's now under threat, but also countless photos of water features installed in American malls, hotel lobbies, even photos of Belsky holding a glass under a tap to see how the water would fall at different water pressures. So for Belsky, a water feature created a sense of place. He believed a sculpture, and specifically a water feature, would create a landmark that the public would remember, while also contributing to this idea of humanising what he saw as the man-made and severe architecture of the post-war society. What is also clear from how Belsky discussed his public commercial commissions like Totem is the importance of the work's acceptance amongst its local audience. In 1979, Belsky contributed an article in the magazine of the property developer MEPC titled "A Case for Sculpture," and he began the article with an anecdote in which he recalled the experience of installing Totem. He said, "I was standing on the scaffolding by my new assembled Manchester Arndale fountain sculpture, a plasterer still rendering the pool below. A passing workman stopped, looked over and growled, 'This looks like an effing totem to me.' "That's exactly what it's called," answered the plasterer. And I think it's really interesting that Belsky begins with this anecdote, and I think it really captures how these kinds of encounters with his work attested to the importance of public sculpture. I do also think that these kinds of encounters, and he, with the shell fountain in the South Bank Centre, he has a very similar story, and I do think they also speak to Belsky's position as an émigré sculptor in the British art establishment and his feeling of being kind of outside of that. But what is clear is that Belsky's notion of site specificity was crucially human as well as architectural. And recalling the exchange between the plasterer and the workman in Manchester, Belsky noted that, quote, "It is extremely important that a sculpture is right for the spot where it is sited. To make its right contribution, it must, so to speak, measure made for it, and in more than one sense." So, as Belsky's approach to the commission for the Arndale Centre shows, public sculpture remains central to his civic understanding of the built environment, even if the shift from the open-air shopping precinct to an enclosed mall changed the circumstances in which the sculpture operated. Though the principles that underpinned Belsky's commercial commissions were unwavering throughout his career, changes to how shopping centres were managed would impact the ways in which the public engaged with his work. While open-air precincts like Stevenage Town Centre had been designed and developed by a public body, Belsky's commission for Totem was overseen by a private property company, Arndale, which brought with it different challenges. As the architecture historian Margaret Crawford has argued about the American Mall, commercial developers often greenlit civic, cultural, or artistic features if they believed it would deflect from criticism of an oversaturation of shopping space. And in Manchester, the Arndale Centre was widely criticised at the time on the basis of the extensive demolition required in the centre of the city for the construction of the shopping centre. So in this light, Belsky's Totem can definitely be seen as being part of the developer's attempts to legitimise its commercial development. But at the same time, Belsky really did believe, I think, in the value of sculpture in commercial spaces, in humanising and improving them. And he did argue too in his article for the NEPC journal that there could be a commercial benefit to sculpture as well. And he added that, quote, "People matter. A place will become more complete, more livable. It will become more attractive. And shopkeepers, in turn, will want to move in." And so I think in emphasising the importance of people and in creating a humanised environment that people want to come to, you can kind of see Belsky's case for placemaking in post-war commercial spaces. Yet the positive contributions of sculpture and sculpture by Belsky and many others has not always been recognised. And if it has, it doesn't mean that it continues to be recognised throughout the lifespan of the work. And in the late 1980s, the Arndale Centre underwent extensive renovation works, during which Belsky's Totem was removed from the centre and it's presumed to be destroyed, only 10 years or so after its installation. The fate of the Four Seasons is less uncertain. I have seen undated photos that suggest that the water feature was turned off within a few years of its installation, and at a later date it appears that the sculpture was painted white. I don't know at what point the sculpture was removed, recited or destroyed, but it is definitely no longer in situ. And these are tracing the afterlife of Totem and Four Seasons is something I'm trying to do with this research at the moment. So if anyone's got any tips or knows anything about them, that would be greatly appreciated. But by contrast, Joyride remains in situ. And as Belsky later remarked of the sculpture, it had become, quote, "beautifully polished where children swing and slide over the base. It is a very moving sight to watch a person experiencing a sculpture." In making his case for public sculpture, Belsky had argued that art humanised the built environment, and in doing so it reduced vandalism. Yet the fate met by both the Four Seasons and Totem fountains underscores that sometimes public sculpture can matter less than the commercial environment. with that, the public's connection to place over time through the sculptures that were commissioned for them. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So our final speaker in this session is Dr. Dawn Pereira, and Dawn did her PhD on the artists working within the LCC, was co-organiser of a recent really enjoyable conference marking 60 years since the winding up of the LCC, and she has been working specifically on William Mitchell for a very long time and is an incredible advocate for his work. And I think, like Lisa and me, is fairly obsessed with Concrete Quarterly magazine.
Yes, I'm so glad it's online. I can look at it at my leisure.
Highly recommended.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, let's see. No? I'm probably holding it the wrong way up. That's probably why. Aha. Okay. William Mitchell's form of public art, created of concrete, glass fibre, brick, wood and glass, fully engaged with the redeveloping urban landscapes of post-war Britain, from housing and shopping precincts to banks and cathedrals. Oops, again. The resulting murals and sculptures, incorporating water, light and sound, visually juxtapose the richness of ancient cultures with local traditions and vibrant modernity. In terms of how William Mitchell's life was documented, young American art historian Dolores Mitchell's investigations into publicly cited British 20th century sculpture led her to interview many pivotal commissioning authorities, architects and artists in the late 1960s, resulting in a collection of images and correspondence that offers a unique cultural insight. Her LCC patronage article paid tribute to the little publicised artists who were bringing art directly to people who seldom went to museums. Most significantly, she presented the LCC-employed design consultants William Mitchell and Anthony Holloway on an equal footing with the commissioned artists. She discussed how they expressed an interest in the sociology of art and its widespread impact on everyday environments, providing residents with constant exposure to shape, pattern and texture. A series of Arts Council Sculpture Committee minutes from 1968 to 69, tucked away in her collection, reveal the broader difficulties of commissioning art for spaces, with issues of security, transport, fragility and vandalism. All factors that abruptly halted the 1968 Sculpture and City Touring exhibition, where the Arts Council had called upon Liverpudlians to shed their own presumptions of what sculpture should look like while eating their lunchtime sarnies. Despite acknowledging greater selectivity and care in siting, committee members concluded that many artists lacked suitable sculptures and were motivated only by a public that gave their work serious attention. Dolores Mitchell found artists like William Mitchell were interested and able to solve specific problems of site, material and subject, acquiring knowledge of modern building techniques and materials with the assistance of workmen with no prior art training, leading to a continuity that involved teamwork, time schedules and cumulative experience, adding to the valuable knowledge, technical knowledge, testing new materials and techniques, and finding ways that were economical, feasible and durable. She concluded this eclectic approach was an art of the possible. William Mitchell's placemaking skills were initially explored through his Royal College of Art coursework, examining the public's emotional response to architecture and street scenes. Most significantly, through the development of his practice in America, where public navigation of spaces was more advanced. The relationship he cultivated with architects, contractors and industry enabled the outcomes to become physically and emotionally entwined with the structure and function of these environments. So this is one in San Francisco, near where Ellie was talking about the Valancourt fountain
near the piers. In Britain, William Mitchell's contribution to the commercial sphere evolved alongside architectural and industrial developments, and by the 1970s there was an ever-increasing pressure for new legislation, building regulations and design guidelines put in place to improve the quality of the built environment, but in practice imposing financial and practical constraints. Yet his 3 Bradford commissions from John Brunton and Partners exemplified this need to challenge or unmake a place for new and older local identities to emerge and commingle. So regardless on the lead of any of the Brunton projects, they were commissioned through partner Harry Moon. This resulted in continuity and progression within the relationship, particularly as the architect liked his work and they got on well. So in conversation with BP partner John Tempest in 2023, Moon recalled that he had travelled to the artist studio in Cumbria and found Mitchell a straightforward, modest person with an enormous sense of humour and generous opinion of others. Post-war Bradford was an almost wholly intact grand Victorian city, with great home sandstone buildings and warehouses crowded into its centre. Yet by the 1960s, the buildings were described as blackened by the smoke and gas from the mill chimneys and underused, with the street layouts failing to provide adequate public spaces and squares. The post-war plan for the central area focused on establishing zones for markets, education, professions and commerce, connecting Bradford to the emerging road network, reconstructing the city centre and separating traffic from pedestrians. In the early 1970s, a spate of Northern Building Societies commissioned new offices. After the Second World War, banks continued to exude respectability while expanding little. Bank managers were held in high regard, but customers had to provide a reference before an account was opened and proof of creditworthiness to obtain a chequebook. So in contrast, local building societies helped ordinary people save. So for this new head office of the Huddersfield and Bradford Building Society, the client's brief was for a suitable banking hall and considerable area of clerical office space for senior management, a director's suite, staff facilities and specialised deed storage. A further stipulation was that the building should be of good quality but not ostentatiously expensive, and that all aspects should be economically justifiable. Walking through the central banking hall and up a few steps, the customer was treated to the intricacies of Mitchell's mural interpretation of the townscape, entitled Bradford Old and New, positioned in an alcove next to the foundation stone. The main structure of the building included predominantly strips of bronze solar windows to minimise heat and glare. And from inside, the narrowness of the panes gave fragmented views of the city, only by rising in the nearby lifts to the executive suites would the clients have been fully treated to panoramic views, with the content of Mitchell's mural setting the scene for this visual impact. The metallic pigmented glass fibre panels were designed on a curved plan and arranged in a series of collage-like images that ended in irregular, jagged edges, accompanied by low relief, textured angled lines that provided continuity. And I kind of think this may have been planned so that the furniture could be placed in front, ensuring that the intricate parts remain visible and providing a dynamic backdrop. It seems likely that artists have conducted research into the local architecture, as we can see the fragmented views of the iconic dome of the Alhambra Theatre and the ornate cast iron Corinthian columns of the Exchange Station, which are closed in 1973. So the mural paying homage to those lost and those that have survived at that point. And as you can see, that when we came on one of our last Henry Moore trips, all of us visited the 3 artworks I'm going to talk about today. I went to the site yesterday, and this foyer still looks pretty much the same now. I asked the security guard, and he said the mural had been removed by the landlord, so I'm not actually quite sure where it is, whether it's storage or not, so that's something that needs to be looked at. Mitchell's next commission in nearby town of Bingley was to create an artwork for the reception area of the new Bradford and Bingley headquarters, established with the explicit purpose of building a better future for the people of northern mill towns, again on a limited site, a ziggurat or pyramid formation of
step stories was developed to reduce the impact of its appearance on the surrounding landscape. The structure was clad in locally quarried sandstone face panels with colour-matched precast and in-situ concrete. The Leeds Liverpool Canal was located within sight of the building, and its height and scale complemented the many woolen textile mills. The upper floor balconies planted with rock gardens and hanging and trailing plants visible from the streets. On entering, the customers were presented with an austere formal banking hall, so to counteract this, Mitchell's metallic bronze glass fibre mural formed an extravagant sculptural backdrop, set at angles to envelope the minimal concrete open plan Tellus counter, with each panel counted at 45 degrees. Although at first sight the work appears to be a wholly abstract artwork, Moon recalled that it was entitled Geographical and Physical Links between Bradford and Bingley. And the architect was impressed that Mitchell had walked the 5.5-mile route between Bradford and Bingley to get a feel for the character of the local townscape and landscape in between. Tony White, in his History of the Building Society, states that the panels had been made in his studio in Alston from various sketches. So he had a studio in London and one up north. The theme centred on depicting local architectural and engineering landmarks, as well as churches and bridges from the surrounding area. All the buildings set against rock-like strata to symbolise the rugged character of the locality. So here we see it's reached the pinnacle of its sculptural form, crystallising technique and content. And visually, for customers familiar with the region, many of the features would have seemed highly abstract. But this was in keeping with his artist development at the time, in this boldly sculpted Bay Area rapid transit mural at Richmond Station in San Francisco. And actually, I've worked out this is actually the same length, although the other one's angled, the full length is the same at 40 feet. Mitchell always worked in feet because he charged per foot for all his work. So the 15 interlocking panels fitted like jigsaw pieces, so the order couldn't be altered. And he saw the potential of decorating vast interior spaces with lightweight glass fibre that could be completed in the studio and transferred rather like a flat pack. The process did not incur the extra expense, but often involved a finishing off and placement as found concrete. And in terms of sort of a haptic or tactile experience, the thin surfaces implied weight, mass and volume, which overrode any hesitancy to fully immerse oneself and get up close to become absorbed in the finer detail. And here, when we went round where the work was stored, we saw this sort of little bit in there, and we were kind of thinking it looked like people climbing up some steps, but I don't know why, my husband went, I think that's two people talking. And the more I looked at it, I thought, yes, one on the right sort of waving his arms going, oh, this is happening to me, I need some money maybe, I don't know. And then the one on the left's listening, it looks like his ears listening. So it's quite interesting how you can look at it in different ways and how people sort of see different things within his work. But you need to get up close. So the story so far, as I said, we went on the tour of this one as well, and you can see on the top right there, that's how we saw it in its storage space at the moment. So whether the other one has joined it, I'm not quite sure. So, John Eyre's book, Architecture in Bradford, published in 1973, captured an artist's impression of the new £6 million American-style Arndale shopping centre in a state of flux, with the demolition of the imposing Victoria Market underway while the new Brutalist Market was being constructed on an adjacent plot. This loss led to an outcry from the local Victorian Society, supported by locals J.B. Priestley and David Hotney. And the Kirkgate Market Action Group formed part of a growing conservation movement that supported a reassessment of the physical form and appearance of British towns, their role as living organisms, and whether old buildings could serve contemporary needs by being modified or adapted. The Bradford Corporation noted while the old market would be remembered affectionately, they recognised that shopping requirements and needs changed and shoppers demanded better facilities. When complete, the customer would have been confronted with a vast sculptural concrete structure, predominantly constructed from precast facing slabs, with the massive bulk broken up by central curves of open voids, ribbons of curved windows and ribbed concrete detailing. So any Mitchell aesthetic response for the new market interior needed to be strong, as it had to compete for its stellar's rustic ceramic tiles arranged into 5 decorative panels around the space. And Christopher Marsden's here today if you want to chat to him more about those. And more will become apparent about those as they've been made into planters for the new Darley market. So Harry Moon recalled Mitchell's mural being constructed in carved ferro concrete, most probably a type of faircrete, a product Mitchell had to help develop John Lang Research and Development that retained patterns exactly as left from the tool. The abstract theme followed patterns from the earlier Victorian market, so capturing what the preservationists were about to lose. In the centre of the panels, situated high above the Westgate entrance, the design reinterpreted the old market facade using squiggly square shapes to blank out the modern shop fronts, which had lost their Victorian splendour by the 1970s. So that one you can see, you probably can't see, but the shop on the far left is called Disc a Go-Go. So, you know, that's not going to really suit the Victorian sort of aesthetic that Mitchell was going for. So, where the market met the main shopping area, Mitchell's 2 murals positioned at floor level were accessible for shoppers to touch and ponder. Here the imagery of classical frieze patterns, plasters and Victorian ornament was rendered in such high relief that it was nearly 3-dimensional. And the bizarre heads may have reflected the number of sculpture medallions Mitchell would have seen on the facades of Victorian buildings or the original keystones from Kirkgate, which lay in the rubble. And Harry Moon recalled rescuing the capitals and bits of the column from the former market as a memento for his own garden. In terms of placemaking today, physical, cultural and social identities are recognised as vital in defining a place and supporting its ongoing evolution. Yet, as post-war environments are increasingly being redeveloped, artworks relocated and reinterpreted, there is a need to understand the original philosophy that underpinned these concepts, particularly in art forms directly related to the scale, character and circulation of the spaces they inhabit, to effectively advocate for the community, share knowledge and skills and champion the stories of individual artworks. So you can see here, one of the Bradford 25 sort of events before the actual year was a ice cream sort of tasting event, which was really good actually, and the mould on the right just shows, you know, they're using very similar techniques to Mitchell, but in the form of ice cream, which was very tasty. And I sort of suggested the tutti fruity flavour. I think Lisa might have suggested a flavour as well. We did a soundscape thing, which, oh, you're there. Did you suggest a flavour?
No, I think
It must have been the other person who suggested the concrete dipping one. Yeah, so that was really good fun and such an innovative way to kind of explore the art. But even artworks that are listed are under threat. So Mitchell's Harrods Egyptian escalator is currently under threat. And, you know, it works much better when people work in consultation with placemakers. So I was involved with the redevelopment of the Coventry Centre, which was after their City of Culture. So, you know, there's a lot of ongoing effects from when you get to be City of Culture, and sometimes it goes on for years. So the Coventry one was afterwards, and it was really good to sort of get involved with the placemaking team and the archaeologists to find out more, even myself, about particular murals, particularly the one on the top right there, which had been behind boarding for many years, so no one had seen it. So it was quite interesting to have a very high level photographic record of that, and to try and work out what could be removed, because that one is actually a very thin-skinned carved wall. And again, what Nicola was saying earlier about, again, working in junction as a stakeholder in meetings. So finding out how the complex nature of, you know, how a work needs to be moved and where it can be relocated, what's the priorities, in this case, for it to be local, accessible and suitable architectural space. We wanted something that's sort of similar age to the age of the club that was being knocked down, and this school fitted the bill. And Rosemary Sternstead was the architect on this project, and she was involved in a lot of the LCC works that had artworks in club rooms and around estates. So an old sort of quote that Freeman told, and through interpretation, understanding, through understanding, appreciation, through appreciation, protection. So I kind of really believe that, from what, as Nicola was saying as well, we really do need to interpret work in some way, just to so people know who it's by. There is a Mitchell work only very recently that was removed from Weybridge Library that was lying in the grounds for quite a while, and no one knew who it was by, and only just because a volunteer from the local area contacted me that, you know, we were able to say who it was, and now Surrey County Council have got an obligation to sort of do something about it. So at the moment there's no set future for any of these free murals, and that concerns me, because initially they were supposed to be part of something to do with Bradford 25 to get them relocated, but that hasn't actually happened. So, not to end on a very joyous note, but there has been some very good progress in a lot of Mitchell work. So, in some cases, it takes longer to get to the bottom how we can proceed with stuff. Thank you.
So we've got time for some questions. If you want to come and gather around here. Yeah. So yes, thank you very much, and I mean, real visually exciting and varied set of presentations, and some recurring themes about issues to do with relocation, survival, and also that kind of movement from the external public realm to an internal realm with somewhat more conflicted ideas about whether it's public or private. One thing I was struck by actually at the beginning of your presentation, Lisa, was you were talking about how spectators are increasingly interacting with this work, not actually in a physical space at all, but through the means of Instagram. And I wondered whether you might like to expand on that and what the others think about that as well. I mean, that kind of focus on detail that encourages.
Yeah, sure. I think it's a bit of part of me thinks it's brilliant, because it means that loads more people can actually access this stuff, and the awareness increases awareness of it. But also, I do worry that it's becoming a bit of it shouldn't be, replacing the sort of physical, like actually going to these places. I think it's really important to visit these places. Well, one of the things that I found out about was that when Henry and Joyce were working, is that neither of them drove, so they went everywhere on public transport. And when I went to these places, that's what I did myself. So I visited all these places myself and photographed them. And I think that's really important, especially because their work is so rooted in each location. I would feel like I'd be doing them a disservice by not going to the places. And one of the things when I went back, so I saw the Harlow mural for the first time when it was still actually in the old BHS, and it was really odd experience because there's this empty shop. It's literally like people had just left. But the shopping centre manager was really kind and let me in, and some other people were there with their phones kind of illuminating this thing so I could photograph it. But I went back to see it in its new position earlier on this year, and one of the things that I also did was went to the Harlow Museum, and it was really nice being able to find things in the collection there that were in the mural as well. And it's so much as it's a double-edged sword. I think this, but as well, the other thing I was thinking about is the spectators, as in the shoppers, are perhaps not going to these places. They're online as well, which in itself creates its own problems because they're exactly so it's from many points of view it's a double-edged sword, I think.
And you talked about the sort of specificity of looking at things from different heights and different viewpoints as well. Do you want to?
Yeah, of course. I think it's really hard, especially with Frantopolski's shopping centre commissions, to get a sense of that how you engage with it at those different levels, as it's not been there for such a long period of time. And up until visiting the archive at the Henry Moore Institute, the only photos I'd seen of Totem were from the ground level. So it was really when I came across those contact shots where you see, there's another load of photographs that are taken looking down on work, and it really changes how you engage with it. I think before seeing some of those images, I was aware that Belsky mentions, he's referenced kind of motifs from local industry, but it was hard to see some of them until you have to see the work in 3 dimensions, or as close to that as possible to kind of really engage with that. But I think just on the point of Instagram, I think with works, like some of the works that I'm looking at, which are either not in situ where they were originally installed, or kind of just lost to the skip, which seems to be quite common with some of these sculptures that I've looked at, is how often these archival photos of them are shared online. And I've not included this in my research, so I'm not sure how official it is as a form of research, but reading the comments of people who visited these shopping centres as children, or as adults too, and having this kind of engagement with the work, and maybe not necessarily knowing who the sculptor was, even if the sculpture even had a name, but it being a kind of presence in their everyday life. And I think that's an interesting way that Instagram kind of works in bringing these works back to life that are also long gone.
Yes, I mean, I'm just adding to what everyone else is saying. I agree totally what they're saying. Definitely on social media, you learn a lot. People's experiences, as you say, as a child, or just they may have even worked with the artist, or, it's amazing who sort of pops up on these things. So you're definitely going to get a different, from the terms of research, you're seeing it from a very different angle. I think it is just vital, really, to sort of catalogue what people are saying. And I have used that in terms of, even yesterday I went to visit the Fritz Steller piece in situ at Darley Market, and I asked the local security guard, it'd only been open a few weeks, but has anyone responded to that? So that's like my first question, really, about it's made for the public, what do they think of it? Or have they noticed it? It's that kind of thing. And it does become more difficult, but if something hasn't been there for a long time, to sort of, and also if the place has been refurbished. But also, I think you're right that you can't understand a piece of work unless you see it in reality. And quite often, I remember going to see Fran Tabelski's A Lesson years and years ago, and I was like, I'm not sure if I like this work when I first, saw it. And then I actually saw it in reality, and I thought, no, I really like it. So I needed to see it, Whereas Joyride, I think, is more appealing visually without going there. But, just how, even like Joyride, how, in Here We Go Round the Malden Bush film, people are interacting with it. So all of those are sort of important aspects of any piece, of people touching it. Even William Mitchell will say about his doors at the Liverpool Cathedral, the marks are shown on the doors where people are, have rubbed away a surface. So yeah, it's really poignant, I think.
I guess the other thing I felt was a recurring theme was the kind of looking back to history, that a lot of these works are, in the same way the ones I mentioned at the beginning of the day, the Bristol thing, where artists are specifically going to museum collections as part of that business of creating a sense of place and locality. And I wondered, do we think that's a large part of this? And I wondered, please, Ellie, whether you really bought the Owen Hatherley's thing about that work being about affluence. It seems to me to be incredibly nostalgic and timeless and not really about going at consumerism, really.
I think when Belsky speaks about that work, he said that it's, I mean, Dawn, you'll know about this more than me, I think, but the mother and child theme for that work really kind of stemmed from the fact that Stevenage at that time, the age of the residents, you know, they were in their kind of 20s. It's like the young family. So I think it's much more, I mean, I think seeing it from the consumerism angle and that kind of idea of abundance, I think that's maybe something that we've projected onto, you know, this idea of the citizen consumer. I'm not sure how much people were actively kind of going out their way to see themselves as a citizen consumer at the time. So I think it's an interesting way of rereading the sculpture maybe now. But I think, you know, if you were to visit Stevenage, you know, in the 50s when the work was being installed, that would have been a completely new civic space as much as it was a commercial space. So I don't think one maybe has more weight than the other.
So, we need to wrap up pretty quickly, but are there questions from the floor? Yes, quite a few. Kirsty.
Thank you. I mean, it's interesting looking at all of these works which presumably were commissioned by commercial partners for very specific retail centres. I'd be interested to know to what extent the artists were actually formally briefed and what the nature of their contractual relationship was with the developer, because now I think we'd be looking at a lot of works that were being briefed and funded through public sources. And clearly at this stage, if we look at the level of investment going on, it's a significant investment from the private sector.
Yeah. Lisa, do you want to start with that? What were Sainsbury's and BHS doing the same sort of thing?
So it is quite difficult to unravel, I think, partly just because there's not that many records about it, but I get the sense from seeing kind of notes and on their like diagrams in there that I feel like they did get quite a lot of free rein. I feel like maybe the dimensions were probably the overriding factor, and beyond that, I kind of got the feeling that they were almost left to their own devices, which it sounds incredible, like now, but that's the sense that I got anyway. And I think I also feel it almost just spiraled. I think once they'd done one piece, you know, they developed a relationship, and it just and also like one of the reasons I've sort of spoke at length about like their earlier work is because I got the feeling that those kind of connections they made with other like designers and architects really kind of helped establish them in that world, if that makes sense. So again, I think maybe that helped, you know, give them more freedom because they maybe established like working relationships earlier on, which they carried forward, and so you know it comes down to trust at the end of the day, and they, you know, these people obviously felt they could trust like them as artists and designers to produce something that would be. I don't know. I wonder as well whether retailers would have been as guarded perhaps as they would be now, and like there was a lot more freedom around that kind of thing than there is sort of in more recent years. Yeah.
Ellie, do you want to?
Yeah, I think in terms of the specific briefs that sculptors and artists were given, I've not come across much. But what really strikes me is you get this real sense of the developer, whether that's the retailer or the property companies, that I think did kind of adopt or see themselves as, I guess, being kind of patrons in a way. And there's this real emphasis on the shopping centre itself being, you know, a source of civic pride, and that kind of, when it came to the kind of commissioning of the sculptures, you get that relationship where, you know, the developer seems to be the patron as well. And I think that was maybe why there was kind of quite an open brief for a lot of the commissions. The Manda Centre in Wolverhampton, it was developed by the industrial family from the city, but they acquired a Barbara Hepworth work because they believed it was important to have a sculpture that was, you know, going to be exhibited in galleries, museums, universities, and other cultural institutions around the country. So for them, I think there's this idea of art really being as kind of this form of civic pride and local identity. So yeah, definitely interesting.
Should we do another one?
Yeah.
Unless you've got something
No.
burning to say. Yeah. Yeah. In the middle, at the back. Yes, you go for it. Yeah.
And it's really interesting looking at all these very site-specific pieces of work, the sort of terminology from the past, but it explains what it is on the tin. Some of these buildings are now no longer going to be there, but yet the pieces of artwork still survive, which is quite strange, really. Reminds me a little bit of the marbles of the Metropolis, really, sort of being moved about. But in this case, a lot of the architecture is disappearing, but or is being repurposed. But yet these pieces of artwork are still there or are being moved about. And I think for site-specific pieces of sculpture, that's quite unusual, really. It's quite usual to have monuments moved about. There are lots of examples of those. But having whole friezes taken down and then popped up somewhere else seems quite strange. Is this a new sort of movement in relationship to these works from the past?
Yeah, I think there has been. I think it's probably done behind the scenes, so you're not really aware of it. I think was there a Philippa Freffel? There was Philippa. I can't even say her name.
She's got the Solitaire. Yeah.
Yeah. So there had one of her Bradford and whatever murals was moved ages ago. So yeah, there has been a precedent for that sort of thing, but I just don't think we kind of knew. You know, it wasn't made such a big deal. I think probably more so now because increasingly redevelopment that a lot more works are becoming homeless. And as we've shown, the artists made the work specifically for a particular city to reflect their industry or something, you know, physically about the place. So they can't really be moved to another place because it just doesn't reflect their, you know.
Yeah, maybe most of these are site-specific in the extent that they reference a particular city or town, rather than that they are responding to the physical volume of a space, really, so that maybe that makes them more movable. Was there another question, or are we? Yes. Christopher.
Thank you. Could I just endorse the idea of the developer-artist trust? I've studied public artists like Fritz Steller and Alan Boyson, and I've befriended them. They've shared their experiences with me. So there's a lot of trust there, has been in those days, 1960s and 70s, which is now lost. But there's a third party, and that's a local authority. And I've got correspondence between a senior councillor and the Seymour Harris, the architects from Murrayfield, who were, and the architects bowed to the alderman on his wishes for a certain sort of mural. So it was not architect-led or developer-led, but led by the local authority in that case. Site-specific works are particularly important for market halls, because the market hall art tends to be about market halls, about markets, and there very little that can be done to translocate them to somewhere and keep their meaning. Thank you.
There was another question sort of right by you, wasn't there? Or are we? Yes.
I just wanted to ask Ellie, because you've used the word in your talk, you used the word humanizing quite a lot. And in terms of history and politics, and I wondered, how would you define, because Belsky had quite personal history when it comes to Holocaust. He lost quite big chunk of his family in the Holocaust. Did his definition and understanding of humanizing link somehow to his personal experiences? So just kind of, if you came across anything directly or indirectly in his writing or his kind of comments.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question, and I wonder if Dawn's also, from your research with Belsky, got
any ideas on that. But I think what I would say is, I mean, this is quite early, I'm quite early on in this research project on Belsky, but what I think is really interesting is there's a piece on his work, specifically the shell fountain in the South Bank, on the South Bank. And the piece is written by the late sculptor Anthony Stones, and he describes how he never really, I guess, understood these kind of, a lot of Belsky's public commissions kind of, he described them as being, you know, referencing nature and, you know, going back to using this term humanizing quite a lot. And Anthony Stones writes about going to Prague with Belsky in the 90s, just not long before he died, and suddenly seeing what it is that Belsky was referencing, seeing these kinds of, in the landscape and the architecture of Prague, seeing these kinds of motifs and this idea of the humanizing that Belsky brings into his work in Britain. So I think really, as much as in the way that he described his role as a sculptor, he really discussed, he was very patriotically British, but I think you really see in his work this kind of him working through these kinds of, referencing back to Prague and, you know, his upbringing. And yeah, so I think it's really important part of his work and his kind of story. So it's something that I'm going to look at further. I don't know if you've got anything to add.
Yeah, I think that's true. That I think at one point, maybe in the early 50s, he felt like he needed to kind of leave that past life behind, but I think he realised that wasn't going to happen, that he needed to embrace it more, so he kind of then sort of not reinvented himself, but started to present himself more, you know, of where he'd come from and talk about that a lot more, whereas for a bit when it first came over, I think he was trying to minimise that a bit, so he felt he suddenly worked out where he felt more comfortable.
Great. I'm conscious that we've slightly overrun. I'm trying to catch Kirsty's eye.
I think we could restart at 1:30 if you like.
Yeah, that was about what I was going to suggest that. So, and lunch is through there?
Yeah.
Yes. Good. Well, thank you all very much.
Okay, so this panel traces the changing frameworks that shape public sculpture, from post-war revitalisation and educational idealism to the radical experimentation of the 1970s, to the market-driven commissioning of the 1990s and the regeneration-led urban landscapes of today. Because we have got 4 speakers in this session, I'm going to quickly introduce our first speaker. We'll begin with Natalie Bradley, whose work explores the intersections of public art, post-war architecture, social history and education. Her PhD examined Pictures for School exhibitions, a post-war initiative providing affordable artworks for schools. Today she'll be exploring the history in sculptures cited at the Lancaster University.
Thanks, Emily. In the early 1960s, Lancaster was chosen as the location of one of 7 brand new universities that were built on the outskirts of historic towns and cities to meet the expansion in higher education. Lancaster received its charter in 1964. In 1967, it moved to a purpose-built set of buildings on a windswept hilltop site overseen by architects Shepherd, Epstein, Hunter. The new university sought to emulate tradition, adopting a collegiate system and communal dining. It created a grant of arms and a Latin motto, and commissioned a set of really beautiful ceremonial silver tankards by the sculptor Geoffrey Clark. It grounded itself in its Lancastrian setting, naming the colleges after places in Lancashire. I think that this is Bowland College. At the same time, the university was forward-looking and embraced modernity. Lancaster was experimental in its approaches to teaching and curriculum, seeking to break down the boundaries between traditional disciplines such as science and art. The most outward visible expression of modernity was the architectural style of the campus. Some of the architecture felt quite stark at first, so the architect sought to soften it by incorporating natural elements such as planting, as well as other so-called embellishments. An embellishments committee was formed, helmed by the university's librarian, Michael Arglees, and supported by members of academic staff and the campus architects. They were responsible for deciding on elements such as landscaping and the acquisition of works of art. In 1969, a circulating art collection was established which could be borrowed by different departments. And this is just a very small selection of artworks. So, for example, there's a bust of Charles F. Carter, the first Vice-Chancellor of the university on the left there, by a little-known artist who was head of art at Lancaster called Frederick Glenn Potter. There's a painting of a historic mill in Lancaster by a Lancashire artist called Peter Brook, who's one of many Northern artists in the collection. There's a print by Barbara Hepworth, prints a real strength of the collection, and Geoffrey Clark's aforementioned ceremonial tankards in the foreground. So the expansion of higher education provided a good opportunity for artworks to be incorporated into new buildings. But in becoming a patron of the arts, Lancaster was also tapping into a tradition of older universities such as the Oxbridge colleges, along with some of the newer red brick institutions in industrial cities. The placing of artworks on campus also reflected changing ideas of what universities were for. Increasingly, higher education institutions were considered to have a wider social and cultural role than just imparting skills and knowledge. The 1963 Robbins Report, which catalysed the development of the new universities, argued that institutions should contribute to the development of cultivated men and women, and several incorporated facilities such as theatres and art centres. Although Lancaster didn't actually offer creative subjects such as music and art when it first opened, although it did later on, the university recognised the importance of cultural life on campus from the start, providing facilities such as the Nuffield Theatre. And the creation of an artistic atmosphere on campus was regarded as playing a part in lifting the cultural life of the town as a whole and acting as a creative focal point for the city that went well beyond life on campus. Alongside artworks, the Embellishments Committee seriously considered a range of proposals for members of the staff and student body. These were wide and varied and included a clock, a tropical bird room, the purchase of a Lancaster aircraft, DIY areas for members of the university to decorate. This was a particularly popular idea, and an aviary proposed by a porter, although ultimately this was felt to be too impractical. Tom Miller, the architect who worked on the campus library and other buildings, suggested purchasing a reproduction of a piece of classical architecture to display in the library, and although this was approved, it's not clear if it ever actually came to fruition. Another embellishment which did not come to fruition was this large-scale brick pylon for the main entrance to the university by campus architect Peter Shepherd, which was designed to be an eye-catcher. The designs were exhibited on campus in 1970, but responses were mixed. People likened it to cinema architecture and described it as unnecessary, ostentatious and phallic, and questioned the use of brick. Although planning permission was obtained, a local newspaper reported that it would cost £125,000 and it was never installed. I now want to take a deeper dive into the architecture that was installed. The first artwork to be installed was Dual Form, a large bronze by Barbara Hepworth, an edition of 7 that dates from 1965 and was installed in 1969. Now in the main square, originally it was in a different location but was moved when the campus expanded. Hepworth feels like quite an appropriate choice for an institution that wanted to simultaneously appear both modern and emulate the academic excellence of older institutions. Her work was on display at 2 of the new modernist Oxbridge colleges by this point, as was her monumental sculpture for John Lewis on Oxford Street. Despite the cachet of having a Hepworth on campus, however, the Embellishments Committee reported that it had received a handful of unsolicited, anonymous and colourful suggestions as to what might be done with Dual Form. Although Hepworth's work was an existing sculpture, other artists were commissioned to create work especially for the university and invited to be artists in residence. The first was the sculptor John Hoskin, who worked from a studio at the back of the physics building between 1968 and 1971. In 1970, the university held an open exhibition and public meeting to gather opinions on potential sculptures. This maquette was one of the pieces that were displayed. The Embellishments Committee received 29 questionnaires and letters in response. Some questioned value for money and suggested university funds should be spent on better library facilities or improved pay for non-academic members of staff. Of the responses to Hoskin's work, 8 were pro, 2 were mixed, and 13 were anti. Criticisms included that it was boring, frail, and insubstantial. At a time when the university was still being built, the sculpture also invited comparisons with scrap iron and scaffolding. The campus architects argued against the sculpture particularly vociferously. Shepherd and Epstein felt that it was sad and mechanical and advised planting creepers instead to soften the site, which was backed up by Tom Mellor. In spite of this initial ambivalence from the university community, abstract form was installed on the physics building in 1973, and students soon took to it, trying to climb the sculpture. It proved vulnerable to damage from the damp Lancashire climate and the university's exposed setting, but it was restored in 2023, which is why the picture on the right isn't brilliant. And it was later joined by another sculpture by Hoskin, a relief resembling a Christ figure, which was given to the university in the 90s by a donor who felt that young people liked Hoskin's work. The university actually seemed quite ambivalent about receiving this donation, but eventually they found a home for it in the multi-faith chaplaincy, which is quite a remarkable building. In common with many public collections of the time, there were relatively few women artists commissioned at Lancaster. Other than Hepworth, the most visible female artist on campus is the German-born Anneliese Hennecker, also known as Anne Hirsch-Hennecker, although very little was actually known about her until a university project sought to uncover more information last year. Hennecker was a Granado Fellow in Residence at the university from 1971 to 1972, and later a teaching fellow. She was offered free accommodation in a college flat and a studio in the engineering building. Members of the university were invited to visit her and see her process. The minutes of the Embellishments Committee show how her ideas evolved. She considered different sites and types of sculpture, including bas-reliefs and freestanding bronze, before deciding on cast concrete using a mould carved in clay. She experimented with different coloured concrete and considered embedding stained glass in the sculpture, as well as lighting, although these weren't realised. And during my time doing this research at Lancaster, I spoke to an emeritus professor of physics called Peter McClintock, who arrived at the university in 1968 when it was still being built. And he had really strong memories of the campus early on, and it was really clear that her presence as an artist on the campus had a really strong impact on him. He said, "I had no idea how something like that was made. The clay looked wonderful, wet and gleaming, as the artist rubbed her hands sensuously across its beautiful curves." And this is the eventual sculpture, which was created in the courtyard of the then newly built Cartmel College. As befits the curriculum of the new universities, which sought to combine modernity with academic rigour, the sculpture is quite conventionally academic in its subject matter. It draws on a classical myth in which a nymph, Daphne, rejects Apollo and changes into a laurel tree, and a laurel was planted behind a sculpture, which has now grown to encircle it. And again, my photography skills letting me down a bit here, but something I do like about this picture, which I took in the summer break a couple of years ago, was that you can really see how it's kind of become adopted into life on campus. So by the 1980s, it was felt that large-scale sculptures were too intimidating. The university argued that more populist work like murals would be a better fit, and organised competitions for art students in the north of England. However, Lancaster did continue to commission sculpture in the 90s and 2000s, although later works are by artists who aren't necessarily household names. They reflect the collection's long-standing aim to work with northern artists. And these 90 sculptures are by Sean Williamson, an artist based in Cumbria. He's got strong connections with Lancaster. He was born in Morecambe, and he's got other artworks in Lancaster and North West. Unlike some of the earlier work on campus, Williamson's work is a lot less abstract and more organic in feel, using local materials from a quarry in the North West. The sculpture picks up on a sense of tradition and heritage that Lancaster sought to inculcate early on. Bull's Head is inspired by an object in the university art collection, which includes a collection of antiquities, as well as a Cumberland bull on the university crest of arms, which you can see on the left there. Williamson's work also had a directly educational role. He really wanted the art department to be involved in and learn from his work, so he carved it in situ, inviting sculpture students to help him. And this is another later sculpture by Williamson that the university commissioned, which has perhaps settled into landscape a bit too much and needs a bit of TLC. This is the most recent large-scale sculpture to be placed on campus by Charles Hadcock. He studied at the Royal College of Art and was based in London, but he's actually been in Lancashire for a number of decades now. And again, like Williamson, he's an artist I hadn't come across before visiting Lancaster, although he's done a lot of public commissions. This is an edition of 3, and the others are in private collections, and it reflects his interest in maths, engineering, and industrial processes. I have to admit, this is the sculpture that I find the least interesting on campus, but he has had an enduring relationship with the university. He had an exhibition of sculptures, prints and drawings at the Peter Scott Gallery at the university in 2006. And since then, he's become the chair of the trust that runs the gallery. So he is still involved on campus in a way that goes beyond the kind of physical mass of this sculpture. So I want to finish by discussing contemporary art commissioning at Lancaster today. The university art collection is looked after by an organisation called Lancaster Arts. It puts concerts and performances on and commissions and displays contemporary art at the Peter Scott Gallery, and that's really the main or the kind of only place to go and see new art in Lancaster on a regular basis. The university continues to exhibit and acquire work by nationally and internationally significant artists, as well as those with a strong connection to Lancashire and the North West, and it continues to offer artist residencies. However, the contemporary programme reflects shifting attitudes towards artworks on campus. The collaborative, interactive and ephemeral are valued alongside and as much as the more permanent or object-based works of art. Recent exhibitions and commissions have incorporated elements of performance and discussion with those resident or working on campus. For example, this is a really lovely project by the Venezuelan artist Jose Garcia Oliva that was developed in collaboration with the university's cleaners, whose labour is not normally visible on campus. Finally, to bring us full circle, I'd like to highlight another relatively recent commission by Peter Liversidge, who creates artistic proposals on an Olivetti typewriter. He created a set of 10 proposals for Lancaster. These included planting an orchard, everyone learning the same melody, and installing 100 flagpoles. The proposals were exhibited alongside work from the collection, and in 2023, some of them were brought to life. I think that this brings us nicely back to the origins and founding aspirations of the collection, where, even if they were not necessarily realised, the Embellishments Committee offered artists, architects, staff and students the opportunity to imagine what the university campus could be as a modern place for living, learning and experiencing culture. And today the university remains a focal point for the arts in Lancaster, just as the founders of the university envisaged back in the 1960s. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalie. That was a really nice account of how education and sculpture and public art intersect. Our next speaker is Petar, who shifts our focus to the exhibition as a social and spatial site, exploring how artistic practices engage with questions of environment and politics. Metel is a PhD researcher at the Amsterdam School for Cultural Analysis at the University of Amsterdam and has a background in art journalism and curating, and their research sits at the intersection of exhibition studies and the politics of space. Welcome.
Thank you.
Press down, yeah. You pronounce it right. My name is hard to pronounce. So. Hi, everybody. Really nice to be here. Press it down. Just a minute. Whoops. Just a minute. Before I begin, anyone here heard about Sunspeak? Been there? Nice. So anyways, it's going to be a really, really brief overview of my research, which I'm now at the last stages of my PhD. And in my research, as you said, I'm doing a connection between exhibition studies and geography, politics of space. And one of my case studies is the format of the Biennale. And I guess most of you here been to one or two Biennales in the last few years. And the one image that comes to mind, at least me, is a Biennale is a spectacular exhibition that's spread across the city and public spaces, and sometimes even in remote locations. This is a common model today, the idea of an exhibition that spreads around. I call it, in my research, environmental biennale, and in my research, I trace the genealogy and the history of this model. In fact, the format of the Biennale is closely tied with public spaces and the urban fabric. The Venice Biennale, which was inaugurated in 1895, and its predecessors, the World Fairs, used the same conceptual concept of placing pavilions in public parks. This is, in fact, the model of the Expo, to bring the whole world into one contained space. You can call it a global village in the park. And this location of the park is no coincidence. The modern perception of parks, of urban parks, which is still common today, is that parks are neutral spaces, a piece of nature inside the city where you can escape the chaos of the city. But in reality, urban parks, this nature, is very much man-made. It's designed with specific social and political purposes. And for instance, the first World Fair in 1851 in Hyde Park was located there with a specific goal of teaching the working class how to behave respectably alongside the upper class. And similarly, the Venice Biennale was placed at the Giardini in Venice with the goal to modernize and revive the city back then, at the end of the 19th century, and make it a tourist destination. The idea was both the Crystal Palace and both the Venice Biennale is the idea that art can create civic and economic renewal. And after World War II, a new mode of public art emerged. The sculpture exhibition and the sculpture park. And it was a new open air model, very different from what people knew then about monuments and memorials. It was fully curated show with the intention to create a museum outdoors, to shift from the white cube to the green cube. And the first sculpture park documented was in Battersea in London in 1948, after the war. And the idea of the exhibition was to democratize modern art. It was the first time modern art was exhibited outdoors in public parks. And it was very accessible exhibition for all classes. The entry charges were very inexpensive. And this initiative was consistent with the post-war efforts to reconstruct society and to promote democratic and liberal values. And the same case goes with the Sunspeak exhibition. A year after Battersea, the city official of Arnhem in the Netherlands decided to copy the Battersea exhibition, the Battersea model. It also was a logistical decision because the city of Arnhem was still in ruins. There is no venue to host such large sculpture exhibition. And again, like the Battersea, the idea was to rejuvenate the city, not only physically, but also socially, to provide a relief for the traumatized citizen. And also, again, like in the UK, to promote civic engagement and democratic values. And what I'm going to do in the few minutes, probably 5 minutes I've left, is to show how the Sunspeak 1949 became this Sunspeak 71. So the first 5 editions of the Sunspeak was pretty much the same, a green cube model, sculpture, mostly bronze and stone, neatly positioned on the lawns, and visitors taking like a leisurely stroll and watching beautiful art. And in 1971, there was a tremendous transformation when they first appointed a curator to curate the Sunspeak. Wim Barend, he's Dutch, and he brought with him his background of avant-garde exhibition at the Stedelijk in Amsterdam. And in his hand, the Sunspeak exhibition underwent a really fundamental transformation. Barend actually redefined how art can exist outdoors, contemporary art. And he you can say, even laid the conceptual groundwork of how we experience biennales today. The park was a fertile ground for conceptual artists of that time. Artists like Robert Smithson and Klaas Oldenburg started at that time to work on large projects. And the art museum, the Contemporary Art Museum, was too restrictive for them. This edition, the 6th edition, was called Beyond Law and Order. And Barend's idea was to break the boundaries of art and geography. There was no arching theme to the Biennale, but there were some core threads that connected all the works, mostly play and participation. And these two elements are very much reflected how the Dutch society implemented democratic values of liberalism, of self-expression, of individuality. Björn invited 98 artists to create their works in situ and to engage with the park and with the city and the landscape. But he totally rejected the green cube model of the previous 5 editions of the Sunspeak, and also rejected the global village model of the Venice Biennale. He wanted something experimental, something immersive, to blend art and landscape and urban life. He imagined a very utopian idea, like a festival woven in daily life, something like an art Woodstock. But the problem with his utopian vision was there are no place for women in this exhibition. Out of 98 participating artists, only 1 woman participated in this exhibition. And sadly, this gender imbalance is very typical to Biennale up until the 1990s. But what's interesting in this context is that similar critique was made about urban parks. That urban parks were historically managed, controlled, and designed by white men. But this is not the subject of my research. I think it's a very interesting topic about how women in the utopian 60s and 70s never had presence or voice. In that exhibition, all the artists contributed large-scale works. Some sculptures today for us look very traditional, but at the time, for the Dutch audience, they offered completely new and playful way to see art and to move in public spaces. And alongside these, there were also highly interactive works that engaged with new media. For example, this is 2 works by the collective ERG. They built several inflatable structures, which back then was state-of-the-art technology, and they offered playful structure where the audience could participate in performances and talks, and yeah. But perhaps the most distinctive feature of Sunspeak, of this pioneer Sunspeak, was its physical extension. There were also 22 additional locations in addition to the main venue in the park. This is in stark contrast to the concentrated model of the expo, the Global Village Venice Biennale. This work is by Robert Smithson. It's a well-known and the only work he did in Europe. It was a huge reclamation project in the Seine Quarry near Emmen, which is 2 hours away from Arnhem. And Smithson collaborated with local residents, and they all transform a damaged industrial landscape into a work of art. And this is Robert Morris, also American, like Smithson, and he did like a monumental Stonehenge-like work. In Lelystad, I think it's also sometime 2 hours away from Arnhem. So to sum things up, I'm good with my time, thank you. To sum things up, maybe most of you never heard about Sunspeak because it's often overlooked in exhibition research. It was not well received at that time, even was regarded as a failure. Visitor experienced it as chaotic and confusing. They didn't really know how to navigate this new way of experience art. And also, not all the artists finished their works on time. And in addition to that, the dispersed structure of this exhibition made it really, really difficult to see all the works. For example, seeing Smithson, I don't think nobody at that time saw Smithson. Also, Joseph Beuys exhibited. Maybe 2 or 3 people saw it. It was a video work. But I think that this experience of chaos, wasn't a failure, but really important and experimental step that anticipated contemporary biennales. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but today, when we experience biennale, they are very complex, they're multi-sided and environmentally engaged, and in many cases, overwhelming. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Mitel. That's fascinating to think about the changing ways in which we present public art in public spaces and the politics of them. So, coming up next, we have our third paper, brings us into the present, considering how contemporary curatorial practice continues to test the boundaries of sight and display. Jean Watt is a curator and writer who recently completed the postgraduate programme at Curatorial Studies at GASC in Kent, and she runs A Place to Rest, a nomadic project that temporarily situates artworks in unusual spaces. Please welcome Jean Watt.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Emily, for the introduction. And thank you, firstly, to the Henry Moore Institute and the 20th-Century Society for organising this symposium. It's a real pleasure to be invited to speak alongside such fantastic speakers. My name is Jean Watt, and as Emily said, I'm a recent graduate of the postgrad programme in curatorial studies at CASC in Ghent in Belgium. But I'm originally from London, where I studied a BA in History of Art from UCL. And as a curator and writer, I focus primarily on site-specific practice, public sculpture, and off-site alternatives to traditional exhibition making. The paper I'm delivering today, I wrote as part of my postgraduate on the topic of Rachel Whiteread's house, commissioned by Art Angel in 1993. It's an artwork that I'm sure most of you are very familiar with and has been well studied over the years since its creation. Revisiting House today in the context of this symposium, I hope will allow us to think about how public art in Britain has been and is commissioned, and how the landscape of public sculpture has shifted over the years since. Here in 2025, it's been over 30 years since the commissioning of House in 1993. The concrete cast of the interior of a 3-storey terraced house stood for just 11 weeks at 193 Grove Road in Bow, London, transforming afterwards, for many a first encounter, including mine, into its documentation images, some of which you can see here. The work was installed on the newly formed Wennington Green, alone amidst the grass after the demolition of its neighbouring houses. It appeared to present a completely solidified home: basement, ground floor, first floor, front steps, and bay windows. In fact, Whiteread used the same technique as in the construction of the Channel Tunnel, spraying layers of concrete on the interior walls, leaving them to cure, and then removing the brickwork. The inside, beneath this outer layer, was totally hollow. It was a pioneering moment for contemporary public art in the UK, combining this material ambition with its conceptual weight. House was a culmination of Whiteread's earlier experiments, casts of wardrobes, hot water bottles, beds, and interior rooms. These works explored absence and empty space, making tangible the spaces and traces that normally go unacknowledged in our daily lives. In House, the domestic interior became monumental, public, and undeniably visible. Despite being excluded from Damien Hirst's 1988 Frieze exhibition, Whiteread's practice came to stand alongside the YBA's, with a comparative precision and focus on materiality over autobiography. Speaking to Whiteread in preparation for this paper, she said to me, quote, "I was always trying to hide a bit and let the work try and speak for itself." The context surrounding the commissioning of House depended on the alignment of several factors. Our Angel, taken over by James Lingwood and Michael Morris in 1991, was taking inspiration from models like the Public Art Fund in New York to establish themselves as an ambitious commissioning body for site-specific works in the UK. Whiteread recalled to me Lingwood, quote, "just putting his trust in me. It was an amazing thing for a baby artist to be given such an opportunity," end quote. Having made, in her estimation, probably only 15 sculptures before the commission of House. The development of Our Angel coincided with Margaret Thatcher's cuts to public art funding and an increased focus on policies which would encourage private business, especially real estate, to invest in artwork in conjunction with the regeneration of built environments. In 1988, Thatcher had pledged a national percent for art on capital costs of building initiatives. These tax breaks would be a major incentive for private donors taking on cultural support. Today, percent for art policies which prescribe including public art and planning permissions have become the largest reason for commissioning art in the UK, which means most public art originates in the private sector. In 1992, Our Angel received a 3-year sponsorship from Beck's Brewery, which would form the bedrock for other sponsors to join the project. House itself was funded through a £20,000 grant from Tarmac Structural Repairs, which was matched by Thatcher's Business Sponsorship Incentive Scheme, or BSIS, which offered to match with a public grant any money given to the arts by a business corporation as a first-time sponsor. You can see on screen, although very small, the Tarmac Structural Repairs logo on the scaffolding at 193 Grove Road. This key scheme, whilst not replacing public funding coming from the Arts Council, started integrating the idea that state support could become partly conditioned on securing private patronage. Under Thatcher, art worth investing in by government was coming to be only that worth seen investing in by commercial bodies, as a commodity serving advertising and branding purposes. Thatcher's presence was also making itself known on a scale local to Bow. The houses on Grove Road were being demolished as part of the Conservative Green Corridor project, linking patches of grass from Victoria Park to Canary Wharf. Whiteread and Our Angel negotiated with Bow councillors, the Tower Hamlets planning team, and the house's resident, Sydney Gale, to take over a temporary lease of the site. This was hard fought, becoming the locus of much local debate about the inadequacies of housing in the area. Severe recession in the late 1980s and early 1990s had resulted in a lot of hardship in the East End and territorial tensions over those moving to the area. Immigrants, students, artists, mixing with long-standing residents. Whiteread was acutely aware that the work's context, being so contested and fragile, was inseparable from its meaning. It was a comment on the housing situation in the area, but also, of course, acted as somewhere to redirect this tension. The work's public reception was sometimes clear. The words "what for" and "why not" famously spray painted on its side and captured through photographs. Anger about housing being displaced, maybe rightfully so, into a confrontation with the work. House was a work that was critically engaged with the contextual issues of placing artwork in public space, unafraid of facing the complex realities of placemaking, community engagement, and public taste. It revealed that placing sculpture in public is, or should never try to be, neutral. It means, if done well, entering into the economic, political, and social life of the city. In the 30 years since, much has changed, with public art in London and the UK more widely expanding and fragmenting beyond recognition. In ways that can be partly predicted by looking back at House, Thatcher's BSIS would only be the beginning of an extreme privatisation of culture. Alongside Art Angel, projects like the Fourth Plinth, UP projects, the Artichoke Trust, and Platform for Art were established in this early 2000s momentum as ambitious commissioning bodies. And yet today, the wider landscape of art has become increasingly corporatised. Public sculpture appears in private commercial developments, such as Coldrop's Yard in King's Cross, and regeneration projects like that seen in Stratford City in conjunction with the 2012 Olympics. This latter example is particularly prescient, as it's not far from where House once stood. The process of corporate regeneration in this area was accelerated by what writer Ian Sinclair describes in his psychogeographical ode to East London, Ghost Milk, as the engine of the Olympics. Often unrelated to their external surroundings, the focus of these types of commissioned artworks has been on simple and aesthetically palatable, often colourful artworks, which offer a vague idea of community engagement, with the rhetoric of place employed to neutralise a more sustained contextual criticality. In contrast, the success of House, according to its commissioner James Lingwood, was that it did not seek to manufacture some confectionery consensus. The complexity of the public response was part of its power. Where I do see a real critical energy today is in the undercurrent of emerging projects in London, exploring site-specific avenues to exhibition making. Artists and curators who are at a similar career stage as when White Reed was commissioned by Art Angel, aged just 30. Unusual, often public spaces exist outside of large-scale commissioning structures, held in people's flats, Airbnbs, storage facilities, canal boats, empty garden sheds, public toilets, disused golf courses. On screen are just a couple of examples. Lewis Teague writes, Lockup International, held nomadically in storage containers, and Project Space's Airbnb exhibition in London last year. The contextual and aesthetic ambition of House is alive and thriving in these small-scale initiatives, exploring site specificity and attentiveness to context and space. Similarly, young artists like Rhea Dillon or Eva Gold, on screen here, are continuing White Reed's explorations into sensitive engagement with domesticity, objecthood, and place. What these projects don't have is scale, for a space like a whole terraced house to be transformed into a sculpture by a single artist. Such a gesture today, especially in London, is nearly unimaginable. Large vacant spaces are now most likely to be used as studio complexes or pop-up group exhibitions, with organisations like SET and Haifa well established in taking over temporary leases of large spaces to offer to artists. It's possible to see how in 2025, 193 Grove Road could have been taken over by one of these organisations. And it begs the question as to whether these types of large-scale, site-specific models are feasible in London today. Most young artistic practices in the city have evolved under the twin pressures of austerity and hyperdevelopment, with artists balancing part-time or full-time work alongside their practice to support studio time limited to evenings and weekends. It's easy to look back on House here with nostalgia. A young artist given the trust for a raw and deeply personal, large-scale intervention in public space. I'm sure this feeling is in part exacerbated by the feelings of nostalgia intentionally stirred up by the subject matter of a home. And this is not to say it was an opportunity offered to all young artists in the 1990s, or that it was uncomplicated. Whiteread was, in her own words, traumatized by the experience of being so vilified by the media. On the same day she received the Turner Prize in 1994, she was also awarded the Kay Foundation Award for Worst Artist of the Year. It's worth questioning whether public art commissioners, both public and private, feel prepared to take on this kind of risk today. House sits at a critical juncture, marking a moment when contemporary public art could embody critique with the support of substantial funding, and as an early signal of the shift towards the privatized, corporately underwritten commissioning landscape that now dominates. It reminds us that public art can make space for uncertainty, tension, and the visibility of social and political conditions, and that this tension can be a form of community engagement, while also demonstrating how fragile and divisive this can be. Revisiting House shows not only how commissioning structures have transformed over 30 years, but also what's required: trust, vision, and the willingness to take risks for a large-scale, critically engaged public sculpture from a young artist to be possible again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean. Our final paper turns to sculpture within the landscape of urban regeneration, so actually following on very nicely from your topic, but looking at the heritage that comes along with that, examining how artworks are presented, relocated and reimagined within housing and community contexts. Ben Britton is a social housing professional with an MPhil in heritage studies from the University of Cambridge, and between 2022 and 2024 he worked on the regeneration of the Graham Park estate, leading its heritage programme and overseeing the relocation of Brian Yale's sculptures. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you very much, Emily. And thank you very much to the Moore Institute and to the 20th Century Society for having me. So, let's see. Ooh, maybe one more. There we go. Okay. So yes, I'm going to be talking about a series of post-war sculptures on the Graham Park estate in northwest London, and particularly the role that they've played in shaping community memory. So I'm going to present their art historical context alongside some of the responses of those who are going through the regeneration of Graham Park, for whom these sculptures have cultivated meaning. So the Graham Park estate is in the London borough of Barnet in northwest London, and it was constructed between 1968 and 1972 on the site of what had been Hendon Aerodrome, and it was a joint project between the Greater London Council and the then quite new London borough of Barnet. Today it's just over the road from the RAF Museum, in case anyone's been there. But by the mid-90s, the estate had something of an infamous reputation as a nexus of local gang violence and other crime. And due to this perceived both physical and social decay of the estate, residents were balloted about regeneration proposals in 2003, and thus began a very lengthy and drawn-out regeneration process, which is currently scheduled to go on until 2036, although that date seems optimistic. But I joined this process dutifully as a socio-economic researcher with the developer and housing association Notting Hill Genesis in 2021. And I spent much of my time based in the estate's old library, which is actually just behind. You can see here the contrast between the old and the new. Just behind that community centre on the left, the rather striking building with the slightly patronising mural on the side. And I was based in the old library, which is now a community hub and one-stop shop. And as part of this, my role, I led the estate's heritage programme, which later became known as the Past, Present, Future Project, very aptly for this symposium. And one aspect of this programme involved researching the series of concrete figures and animals which are dotted around the estate, several of which had actually already been moved into storage because they were part of an area that was due for imminent demolition, but about which there was no readily available information. The aim was to understand both the provenance of the sculptures, but also what these decontextualized figures meant to the wider community. Here you can see some of the sculptures from the estate's heyday back in the 70s, and these were the result of the impetus of Michael Brown, the landscape architect from the GLC, who had intended or envisioned the whole estate as being one large playground for children. So for the families that were moving into Graham Park in the 1970s, the idea is that their children would essentially have kind of an anarchic run-of-the-mill of the outdoor space, rather than having to be kind of, I don't know, caged off in little playgrounds to one side. And so instead of having swings and merry-go-rounds, he wanted to have these play forms, as they were termed. And the artist, Brian Yale, was brought on board to do this. And Brian Yale was very new to the GLC at the time, and this was to be one of his most, if not his most extensive commission for the GLC. He had spent the last 6 years teaching at Hornsey Art College, but as soon as he joined the project, he went about creating these designs for the sculptures, these very early designs, which eventually became the three distinct types of sculpture which ended up on the estate. So you have in the bottom left these sort of stick figures. These are the ones that probably look most like play equipment as we would understand it, but these were the metallic figures we saw in the pictures earlier. Then in the top left, you've got what Yale termed play slabs, which I think is a great moniker for municipal play equipment. These are sort of knee-high concrete slabs, which were arranged in different figurative patterns, or non-figurative, I should say. And then on the right, and this is the bulk of what remains on the estate today, are these very early designs here of the concrete people and dogs, and there would also be birds. So over the course of the 2 years that I was involved in the Heritage Project, we did a variety of different exercises with the local community, several with the London Festival of Architecture, and probably most notably, we collected oral history recordings to include as part of an audio tour of the estate, hosted on the app GeoTourist, where you can move through the estate listening to residents talking about their associations with specific areas, including several speaking about Brian Yale's sculptures and what they mean to them. So as I go through what remains on the estate, I'm going to try and draw on some of those responses. So originally, according to Yale, there were, in his notes, 28 birds, 6 dogs, and 8 people. And by my reckoning, there are today 13 birds, 2 dogs, and 5 people. And here you can see some of those birds, sometimes called ducks, both in Yale's notes and by residents, interestingly. And as with the majority of the remaining sculptures, these are in these very tucked away, pedestrian, kind of like plaza-like spaces that Michael Brown integrated into the environment. And many residents associate these with the areas, these birds specifically, with the area's aeronautical heritage. Now, there's nothing in Yale's notes to suggest that that was a heritage that he drew on, and there's nothing in the figuration of the rest of the sculptures either. But it's interesting that without an ulterior context, residents automatically assume that things relate back to the area's aeronautical heritage. Here you can see some of the seated figures. So we saw in the designs earlier the standing figures. None of those made the final cut. You only got these seated figures. On the left there, you can't see it, but there's a graffito behind, which I saw the other day, which reads, "The eyes are always watching," which I thought was quite apt in a way for these mysterious faceless figures dotted around the estate. But these were used as seats by residents, apparently, in the 70s and 80s, and were very prized by the children who grew up on the estate then. But one resident we spoke to, Valdemar, who didn't grow up on the estate, he only moved there, I think about 5 years ago, he had a different interpretation, because there are now not very many children left on the estate to play on them. He found that moving through these very quiet, secluded spaces, the sculptures imbue a sort of meditative aura, which is something that comes across in several other responses that I'll get to later. Here are 2 more of these seated figures. Again, the one on the right, very well preserved because it's tucked away. The one on the left has lost its head at some point. It's a bit of a local mystery as to how that was done. Quite impressive considering it's pure concrete, but not surprising because that sculpture sits on the main concourse and actually just out of the frame there to the right is the estate chippy. So this is where people would have queued around the corner there on a Friday night, and so inevitably it sustained more damage. And this is the most prominent sculpture that residents recall when they think about this series as a whole. But they do recognise the series, and several residents respond to them as, or consider them to be part of a family, living alongside them in concrete form on the estate. And that demonstrates some of the early associations of the estate with very strong community ties. Now, this is perhaps the most enigmatic of Yale's sculptures on the estate. This is what is known locally as the Monster Maze. And this is the last remaining iteration of those play slabs that I mentioned earlier. It wasn't originally painted, that was done as part of a community initiative in the late 80s or early 90s. And residents who grew up on the estate seem to have very fond memories of playing on and around this sort of maze, albeit most of their memories include kind of grazed shins and in some cases slightly more grievous injuries. But I suppose you are using concrete as your building material for play equipment. Anyway, so as the children of the families who first moved to Graham Park gradually grew up and left the estate, this area seems to have become somewhere that became more associated as somewhere you went to kind of drink and smoke. Now, while residents readily refer to it as the Monster Maze, lots of residents that we spoke to didn't actually know why they refer to it as the Monster Maze, because it's quite hard to see from these angles. But with this high-tech Google imagery, you can see the word monster spelled out there in concrete. And especially, I suppose, for a child, if you're very low to the ground, much harder to see. It was at one point the aspiration of the Past, Present, Future project to engage in a new community painting project, or at least giving it a scrub. But because this is in an area earmarked for demolition, there is no appetite to devote resources to this. What has been recited and to some extent restored are these 4 sculptures, so 1 seated figure and 3 of the larger birds. This actually occurred towards the end of the Past, Present, Future project, or at least the extent to which I played a role in it, but it was, on the advice of the community research that we had done. But I went to visit it recently, and I can't help but being slightly sceptical about the siting. These are obviously now considered kind of purely ornamental and tucked into this slightly shrubby flower bed next to the entrance to a car park. But at the same time, I went on the Graham Park Facebook Memories page, which is a really excellent local resource, actually. And lots of residents had very positive responses to this sighting, just to see these sculptures brought back out and available for the public. And several of them mentioned, again, going back to the idea of a meditative capacity, several residents, in fact, or ex-residents, people who have moved away, wanted to return to the estate to sit on the sculpture as a sort of commemorative practice for residents who they may have moved away or passed away, who they associate with the sculptures. Now, for better or worse, those sculptures and all the sculptures remain relatively decontextualized. This is, in fact, the only new information on the estate, on the boarded-up Hind and Hart pub, about Brian Yale and his relevance to the estate history. This was the result of some work we did with a cohort of community volunteers. Those volunteers each produced a separate panel about aspects of local history that meant something to them, 2 of which actually related to Brian Yale. It's also worth thinking about where these sculptures are situated within Yale's wider oeuvre. So these are 2 works by Yale from around the time he was working on Graham Park. This one on the left, Monsters of the City 2, showing these sort of monstrous forms from an aerial view, again, extending themselves over an urban landscape. And in the ones on the right there, you can see the sort of prefiguring of the seated forms that would eventually come to sit on Graham Park. Those works were shown as part of a visit to the Tate Archive, which we organised for that cohort of heritage volunteers. The Tate very kindly pulled together their information, all the materials that they held about Brian Yale, and displayed them for the volunteers. And lots of the volunteers were very kind of impacted by the extent to which Graham Park was prominent in this collection. And the reason for this was the exhibiting of those Graham Park sculptures as part of the 1973 Playing the Environment game exhibition. And I have to thank Dawn for pointing me towards this a couple of years ago. But I think this demonstrates the extent to which Yale's work was playing into a wider discourse about the role of modernism in kind of humanising, we were talking about earlier, humanising landscape. And this wasn't the end of those forms for Yale. In a quite familiar fashion, Yale retired to Dungeness after working for the GLC, and he went about making this sculpture garden made of bits that he kind of found washed up, as well as some of his own works. And you can see some of those forms from Graham Park echoed in that. These are taken from his Flickr page, which is fantastic. And beyond Yale's own work, his art has a resonance. So these are the work of a local artist, Sarah, who was part of the project. She was one of the volunteers. In fact, she was very kindly gave me one of these ceramic dogs, which for a bit of tactile learning, I can pass that around. You can awkwardly hand that around amongst yourselves. But yes, I think that demonstrates, the relevance that these have, not only kind of, mnemonically, but in terms of their form. And here are works, graphic design works by Valdemar, that resident I mentioned earlier. Now, Valdemar, throughout the process, was very engaged with Yale's work, and he came out with some of the most poetic and philosophical responses to Yale's artworks. And I would like to read, as I kind of finish up here, something of what he wrote. So, he writes, "For me, the mistreatment of the modernistic artifacts and architecture creates an aura of sadness and an unwelcoming environment. Run-down modernist buildings become a noir cityscape, where a half-burned dog becomes a smooth version of Anubis. Paradoxically, a decayed matter of concrete has its own charm. Able to survive its challenging outdoor conditions, it becomes monumental, a majestic shell slowly collapsing." And this reading of the sculpture's simultaneous decay and charm, I think, is central to understanding the role that works such as these play in the lives of local people going through a regeneration process. They're both associated with the perceived decay of the social and physical landscape, and at the same time, they represent the retention of a more hopeful past. Their persistence on the estate acts as a mnemonic link for the people who encounter and interact with them as part of their everyday lives. And I want to end with an image that I think exemplifies that persistence. I found this again on Yale's Flickr just the other day. I hadn't seen it before. It's kind of hidden. But I think this encapsulates that dichotomy between neglect and something more future-oriented. It's not just the sculptures as physical objects that have the capacity of conservation, but the layers of symbolic meaning that they have collated, even when they come across either on the estate or here as detritus collecting lichen, whether they are transposed to new locales or new economies, whether on the Kentish coast or in the garden and the flower beds of a new London vernacular. They carry with them the attachments of all those who have lived alongside them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. If I can ask all speakers to come up to the front, we've got some time for some questions. I think you all touched on so many topics that kind of overlapped. Questions around the politics of space, thinking through the tensions between the frameworks in which arts are commissioned, and then thinking about their legacies as well. So actually, I think there's questions about... sorry, I had my question and now I've lost it. So thinking through how you are talking about the particular frameworks that you're working with and the times in which they happen. So from this kind of experimental program at Lancaster University that has kind of continued to the event in 1971, to Rachel Whiteread's house, and then Brian Yale's sculptures. I wondered if you could just comment on how you think those legacies have played out today, and how you think the conditions of context also operate today, if that makes sense to you. Anyone wants to comment?
Yeah, I can go first. Yeah, I suppose that was really kind of the focus of my talk, is how that context is played out today. And yeah, I think that economic and political context of the time was very specific, and I think Art Angel kind of cleverly responded to that, those sets of economic policies, and kind of utilised them for their own good, and resulted in a really experimental piece of work. And I think that context has kind of snowballed almost to where we are today. And the way that corporations are kind of building from that early hybrid private-public funding context to, in my eyes, potentially too privatised. But yeah, I think that was really the focus of the talk, was that that was kind of a turning point in the context, and I can really see it today, how it's kind of just expanded beyond recognition. I think that what's interesting in my case, in the 71 case, is the fact that the Sandspec exhibition was perceived as a failure. And I think that failure today wouldn't make it. To be experimental, to fail with experiments, this is something I don't believe would work today. I don't know, did it answer the question?
Yeah, actually, like kind of elements of things working and not working. Yeah, elements of things working, not working came out from all of them, thinking through what was possible at Lancaster and what people accepted, and that tension, the political tension between what's acceptable in a public space and how it's received or reacted to against in a community, and what is taken forward and what is not taken forward. So maybe actually with Lancaster, where do you see that sitting today? Like that kind of slippage between what was possible and not possible, and how they are doing work or not doing work today, in terms of, you talked about the different practices and less of kind of monumental sculptures and more ephemeral practices. Maybe could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so the observant among you may have noticed that I didn't actually focus entirely on sculpture. I sneaked some painting and sort of performance work in there. And I think that was kind of just to make the point about how ideas about public art have changed very much from, you know, something that's sort of object-based and that's put into a place, to something that can be more ephemeral or involve people. And I think something I'm kind of interested in is your relationship to it as a viewer, and how it changes how you look at a place and kind of relate to it, and how that's kind of part of its ongoing legacy. So I guess kind of related to that is, I guess that's part of the reason I wanted to include some of those unrealised artworks as well, because I think they're still part of the thinking and imagining, because I think part of it was about imagining, kind of imagining what a modern university would look like.
Actually, it's really nice thinking through that, because I think it also relates to, Ben, your project, and thinking through that there's a growing emphasis on kind of process and environment and collaboration. And it seems like in your project, it kind of picks up on those in re-looking at something that was put in place and the way in which it's being interacted with now. So I just wondered what you see as maybe the outcome of the work that you were doing, if you have one, but if you...
No, I think that's very true, and I think that it is a positive thing that developers, that is the first thing that developers in a situation like this are looking for, is the connection to the community, rather than necessarily, I suppose it's kind of inconceivable to them that there is any art historical relevance in, for instance, Brian Yale's work. And the same goes for the community members who live alongside it. The fact that this was exhibited at the Hayward, no one knows that who lives on the estate or indeed is part of that development. So it's a positive that that the community is being involved. I think the processes that go along beside that, and again this goes back to the context and the political economies that we're dealing with, the processes are so fragmentary that there's no driving force really behind it. So in terms of what is kind of aimed at or what the ultimate achievements are, I don't necessarily think you're always going to have that direction, because there's too many different people and too much money involved.
Yeah, I guess it's a question for all of us thinking about these were very particular moments in time, like Sonsbeck, and that kind of big reveal into like the sculpture outside as a temporary thing rather than a monumental piece of work placed with kind of longevity in mind. Or Rachel Whiteread's house, like it was totally changed the landscape of what we thought was possible at the time in terms of making a monumental work. And then revisiting what those legacies are, like the continuation of the programme at Lancaster. I like the fact that it's turned embellishments. I'm very glad it's now Lancaster Arts. And then revisiting works that maybe have been forgotten. So I think thinking about those moments in time, it's kind of questioning whether we think they can still continue or whether those opportunities are going to arise in a different way now. But maybe I will open it out to the floor for any questions from anyone.
Thank you, that was really interesting. I wanted to ask a little bit more because the concept of biennials has come up a number of times as one of the first opportunities that there was for perhaps public art display, and especially in your presentation you talked about the sculpture park in Battersea. But obviously, I mean, 100 years prior to that, you have the Great Exhibition in the UK, and that's something that very much is also coded in where it is presented in a public space. So I wondered where perhaps some of those expos, as you mentioned, but also world fairs, these other things kind of sat in your own practice, but more widely in relation to the biennial as a model.
In research, the Great Exhibition and the other world fairs are regarded as predecessors of the Biennale. So are you asking how these earlier fairs connect to the 71?
Yeah, and 48 and to this being an existing tradition.
I think that the way the audience responded to these, to the Crystal Palace and to the Sunspeak, I think the key is the audience responses, which is different, of course. In the case of the Crystal Palace, it was like people thought it's something science fiction, and in 71, people also were very amazed by the new way you can experience art outdoors. But it was very different also, because the Crystal Palace was a pavilion, it was inside. And the whole idea of the Sunspeak was everything is outside, in landscape too, in remote places. I hope I'm answering the question. Yeah?
Any further questions? You?
So we talked before this morning about the fact that a lot of commissioning is now done as part of 106 agreements, as part of regeneration projects, and Graham Park is a sort of a place that a lot of architects have sort of passed through over the last 20 years, you know, in its various phases of coming and going. And I remember at one point I was designing the library, and I just thought, what if we just gave 250 grand to every resident here? What would they make of the place? And I guess I feel really sad when I heard you say, well, there'll be no outcome really from this. It's a tick box exercise. It's the developers using some bits of stone as a placemaking depository for people's sentiment of place. But what about if that was a trigger to continue the making tradition on that, in that space? I just feel like, you know, all sorts of making it came from the making aeroplanes and things, and it's all sort of just settled into a mossy duck.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose in this instance, I don't mean for it necessarily to come across like this specifically as a tick box exercise. There were lots of people who were, you know, very passionate about this. It's just that there isn't, as you say, people are coming and going throughout this regeneration process in terms of their involvement, and when that's going on, there just isn't the momentum there. Of course, it would be lovely to think that they could inspire some sort of futurity and some sort of kind of reharnessing of the initial impetus of you know, the original Graham Park estate. I just don't think that's the aim of everyone that's involved. Yeah.
Maybe I can. Maybe I can also say I think that speaks kind of more broadly, like, to what I feel is maybe the instrumentalization of placemaking, and how I feel kind of complicated towards that as a term, and that although that investment by private entities in public sculpture is on the one hand amazing because there's lots of money, it's also often for the aim of these developers, and I think maybe that's what you're saying, is that it's sort of this this process of instrumentalization that's going on kind of at a top level, that is making the actual process of placemaking and community engagement maybe feel like the day-to-day is less involved in that process.
But
Which
also it's not taking people as makers seriously. Like
exactly.
Art can be made by a lot more
Mm-hmm.
population.
Yeah, totally.
Any further questions? I guess I'll follow that point up actually in thinking about those ideals in commissioning. So Natalie highlighted that it was a purpose to kind of embody ideals of education and community, and then we talk about Sonsbeck, which was about experimentation. And then you did touch on this in your talk about Rachel White-Reed in terms of thinking about who was actually doing commissioning. But do you think that the values kind of driving public sculpture have fundamentally changed, or do you think there is still the same kind of ideals behind the works that we have? Like at Lancaster, do you think the purpose and drive behind their commissioning or engagement with art has changed or not?
Well, perhaps this comes back to the word embellishments, because embellishments implies something decorative, does it not? Something kind of extra. It doesn't really imply something that's kind of core and integrated in a way that, in my mind, a lot of public art commissioning for the post-war period was very much integrated and thought about as part of a total environment. And I guess you could say, to some extent, that was true at Lancaster. And I think the other point is probably who's doing the commissioning. So one of the things that I find quite interesting about Lancaster is that the man who was in charge of acquiring the artworks was a librarian. And my research prior to this focused on educational buyers, particularly schools and local authorities. And what you really kind of find was that there wasn't a lot of expertise in buying art, and that people kind of lacked confidence. And then they kind of acquired that knowledge about art and contemporary art as they went along. And I think the thing that's kind of interesting now, kind of more generally, I suppose, is the role of the curator as a profession as well, and kind of curatorial practice. So Lancaster Arts, it's not just about visual art, you know, it's a multi-art form organisation, but it's got a curator, it's got an assistant curator, so, you know, they're experts, they've got expertise, it's kind of being commissioned as part of a whole kind of expert contemporary art programme, and it's got a much wider remit than just being kind of embellishments or decorations, you know, it's about kind of, you know, they still do artist residencies, they're still sort of developing the careers of artists, you know, including northern artists, they kind of bring international artists into Lancaster as well. So yeah, I'd say that's kind of the main difference, I'd say.
Maybe going back to the question about values, I think it's a tricky word maybe about what are the values of public art commissioning and what they were historically. But I think it makes me think of what Ellie was speaking about earlier with the Arndale Centre, about the sculptures there being commissioned to legitimise the commercial process or the commercial context. And I suppose I wonder today if commercial entities feel the need to legitimise themselves with public artwork, and if that shift of potentially not valuing artwork in the same way as something legitimising, and instead it's potentially something more decorative. Although, I mean, public art has always been in some ways decorative, but yeah, I guess I'm wondering about that kind of, and what is really the focus of a lot of my work is that kind of commercial turning point, and if that has really played a big part in those shifting values.
Yeah. I was just thinking, well, who's the equivalent of, you know, those shops that were commissioning in those days? You know, is it Waitrose? You know, who's got the money, who's got the sort of clout, who's interested in that sort of regeneration? The Waitrose effect regenerates whole areas. But actually the value of the brand, the corporate brand, is so strong now that actually the artist's intervention could dilute that. So I think the whole world of commerce is so different. I still think that those big corporate, you know, companies in the States, or whatever, there is definitely a piece of abstract art outside. So it still gives value. The use value for the commercial sector is that it's high profile and it's prestige. So I think it is, I mean, we're going to come on to the next panel, which is about commissioning, but the use value for the commissioner is a really interesting thing to think about. What is it they want from it? So yeah. But we should get Waitrose to put some money into some commissioning.
I think the question of making just reminded me of a rather more optimistic response to what happened to Rachel Whiteread and House. I think first of all it's important to also consider that when House was commissioned, it was commissioned as a temporary work. And Art Angel and everybody else was very, very brave. The debate that then followed, when finding they'd actually created something that they'd said would be temporary, but was worth keeping as a permanent marker, was fascinating in itself. And in many ways, I'm glad they stuck to their position in the end. And it was a temporary work. I think it's also interesting to reflect on the fact that 10 years ago, in terms of public art practice, and in terms of a kind of similar use of home and domesticity, Assemble got the Turner Prize for their work in Liverpool. And I think that shows just how important that process of engagement making and public art practice within a residential area can be developed. And I think Assemble's work is just worth noting and is kind of a slightly ironic counterpoint to House.
So, any further questions? I think I just will end on one maybe that can kind of help lead on that. Looking ahead, I was wondering how we might think about the relationship between sculpture and its publics in the coming decade, and if you think there are any kind of spaces for this kind of new forms of what we've seen as kind of landmark points of experimentation and change, and if you see any opportunities that might come out in the coming decades of where we are today.
Again, I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but in the last few years, there's resurgence, we talked about it yesterday, resurgence of land art, mainly because of ecological awareness. And in Europe, mainly in the Netherlands and Belgium, a little bit in Germany and Northern Europe, there's a lot of land art biennales. I've been to one in last summer, which was amazing. It wasn't a biennale, like an international biennale, it was very, very local. The artist came to, it was along the IJssel River in the Netherlands, and artists came and worked very much like Smithson at that time. They worked locally with local problems, with environmental degradation. The IJssel Biennale has been subjected to degradation, and I think this is the future of my area of research. From big biennales to small and local initiatives.
I guess this is an incredibly obvious observation, but the digital, obviously. So I think one of the things Lisa said was really interesting about how has our engagement with public art changed as viewers now that we're kind of seeing it less physically in public spaces like shopping centres, and perhaps we now experience it on Instagram or other such platforms first. And for me, as a writer, I've already mentioned that I sneaked some non-sculptural, non-object-based artworks into my presentation. And one of my favourite public artworks of recent years was actually app-based, so it was designed to be experienced through a smartphone, and it was on the site of a former bandstand in Salford, and you were kind of guided via an app on your phone to where it was, and you experienced a virtual brass band concert. And I would kind of make an argument that on some level that's kind of still engaging with sculpture on some level, and also engaging with heritage and sort of how places have changed over time in a really nice and imaginative way as well.
Ben, can I ask you if you could imagine a possibility that came out of your project that you would maybe want to see happen? Can you imagine something that you had noticed within the project that you at this stage that you think would be a good way forward?
I'll try not to be kind of too dystopian. Because the sculptures in this instance, and so many sculptures from the post-war period are that they are based on a specific idea of landscape and a specific idea of the welfare state, kind of to truly incorporate them would involve, you know, a return, a kind of a backward-looking return to the world that they were formed within. So I, you know, I don't know if I could conceive of the type of development that's being done in London really involving sculptures like that. Yeah, no, that's really negative again, isn't it? Oh well, I'll have to be negative.
Well, I hope that actually the change or the shift towards collaborative approaches and responsive and context-responsive approaches, while maybe economically we struggle to find the funds, actually there is a shift towards rethinking what we have and where it is, and I think it's come through in some of the other panels as well. And I love the idea of land art and digital art and different forms, and as we know, sculpture has expanded, and with it the way in which we express it and see it should also expand. And I just would ask you all to join me in thanking our panelists.
Before we start, while everybody's been talking, I was thinking about a useful sort of quote in a way. And the one I've come up with is Tim Ingold, who's an anthropologist who writes about human and non-human, about the social and the material worlds, and how knowledge creation is a bit like public art, I was thinking. So knowledge creation, when we look for knowledge, we think it's there, it's an object that is going to be found, but actually knowledge is forged in the relationship with others. And I think so is it with public art. It is dialogic and it's relational. So we've talked today about public art, and it's about its relationship to space and place, about the local, about national policy, and about internationalism, and the conversations we have about public art and how it all coalesces in the art object, in the public art object. So the final session is around commissioning, and it looks at the significant role of the Commissioner of Public Art and their perceived use value of public art and the art object in public space for their constituents, for their communities, and for their publics. So we're looking at their particular role in this process, and with our three practitioners here today, so it's really good to be welcoming you and having this panel discussion. We're going to be looking, as I say, about the recent past, the current and the future of public art commissioning. And how also do we perform public art when we take on the role of the commissioner? And how do we involve our publics and our communities in the commissioning process? So I'd like to first of all welcome Emma Underhill. And Emma is the founder and artistic director of Up Projects. She has over 20 years of experience in curating and leading large-scale, ambitious projects in the public realm. Just want to say something about Up Projects is UK's leading public art organisation specialising in socially engaged public art commissioning. And under her leadership, world-class artists are brought out of the gallery and into public space to create new works with communities and beyond. So Up Projects are always responsive to context, often activating unexpected corners of the public realm. So her recent projects include the National Windrush Monument by Basil Watson at Waterloo Station, major commissions with Sonia Boyce OBE, Jessie Brennan, and public works for the Nine Elms development. Emma.
Thanks for that lovely introduction, Sue. Just going to see if I can figure this out. Yeah. Brilliant. How's everyone doing? It's the end of a long day of listening, so I hope you're all okay. I'll try and be as engaging as possible, but I am going to read, because there's quite a lot to cover in a short time. But yeah, thank you so much, Henry Moore Institute, for the invitation. And as Sue kindly said, I'm Emma Underhill. I'm the founder and artistic director of Up Projects. And we're a public art commissioning organisation based in London, but we do work nationally. And we have over 20 years of experience commissioning progressive new work for the public realm that's centred around community engagement and social practice, as Sue said. So my practice as a curator and project director since I founded the organisation in 2002 has focused primarily on shaping and delivering ambitious commissions within the context of regeneration, placemaking and urban development. And I strongly believe that by valuing the process as much as the outcome, it's possible to create space for community participation and involvement, to enable community voices to be heard within the process, and to effect positive social change. So my focus for this presentation is around rethinking memorialisation. Memorialising has arguably been one of the most deeply rooted roles of public art, with the tradition of commemorating people or events through physical monuments stretching back through the millennia. And I've had the honour and the privilege to work on several memorial commissions through my work at Up Projects, most notably the National Windrush Monument, as Sue mentioned, by Basil Watson at London Waterloo Station, and also its digital online counterpart by called Rushme by Sonia E. Barrett. And I'm also currently working on a new memorial to the pioneering neuroscientist Anita Harding. So for this, we're commissioning a Bristol-based artist called Balder Jackson, and it will be located at the new Institute of Neurology and Dementia Research at UCL on Gray's Inn Road. Up Projects has also hosted several talks and events that explore the role of monuments and memorials in the 21st century. So I'm going to be drawing on the Windrush-related case studies for this presentation. So our approach to all of these memorial projects have been underpinned by three key considerations. Firstly, how do we commemorate the past and honour tradition, but also create the possibility to imagine new and hopeful futures? How can memorials play a more active role in community healing and reparation, and also speak to future generations, while also respectfully connecting with and representing past events and people in a way that resonates and in a way that's relevant to those communities? Secondly, how can we contribute to improving the representation of diversity in the public realm? As public art curators, I believe we have a power and we also have a responsibility to contribute to improving representation of diversity. It was already mentioned this morning, the report by the Art UK survey, which in 2021 found that in London there are more depictions of animals than there are of women in public space. And just 1% of sculptures were dedicated to named people of colour. Now, the situation is improving. So in 2023, Art UK reported that 7 public sculptures commemorated the contribution of black people to British life, one of them being the National Windrush Monument, and 10 depicted named women. But of course, there's still a lot to be done. And the third point is, how can we involve the communities who we commission for, or who the commission is for, in shaping the final outcome? What are the mechanisms through which we can ensure that community voices are listened to when developing memorials? Acknowledging, of course, that there may well be conflicting opinions. How do we represent multiplicity and hybridity through one single output? Or maybe we need multiple outputs. So, in 2022, the National Windrush Monument by Basil Watson was unveiled on Windrush Day, the 22nd of June at Waterloo Station. Our role in the project was to support the artist selection process, lead the community engagement, and oversee the monument fabrication and installation. We were appointed by the Government Department of Levelling Up, Housing and Communities, as it was called then, to support the Windrush Commemoration Committee, which was chaired by Baroness Fluella Benjamin, to commission a fitting monument to the Windrush generation. And of course, it was a highly sensitive, politically charged context to be working with. So a robust artist selection process was essential, and we invited 250 national and international curators and cultural leaders to nominate artists that fitted an agreed set of criteria. Appointing an artist who had the skills, the experience and the creative vision to capture the imagination of the British public, both now and in future generations, was vital. But equally important was the lived experience of the artist and their ability to connect and empathise with the experiences of the Windrush generation. So therefore, we assembled a long list of 16 artists, all of whom were of Caribbean heritage, including Sonia E. Barrett, Christopher Cozier, Ebony G. Patterson, Dominique White and Alberta Whittle, among others. So 4 artists were shortlisted by the Windrush Commemoration Committee to develop proposals: Gina Ehlers, Valda Jackson, Thomas J. Price and Basil Watson. You can see their proposals as renders in the slide here. The Commemoration Committee felt that it was essential that the monument offered a figurative response to the brief, so only artists with a figurative practice were ultimately shortlisted. And UP projects facilitated workshops and discussions to enable each artist to engage with representatives of the British Caribbean community during their proposal development. Each artist was asked to provide a visual proposal or maquette and also to participate in short talking head style film that explained their proposal for use in the public consultation phase. So using this material, we ran an extensive national community engagement programme, inviting feedback and responses to the proposals through surveys, workshops and focus groups. A particular priority was placed on the British Caribbean communities and those that had lived in or had returned to the Caribbean. So the US-based Jamaican artist Basil Watson's proposal was resoundingly the most popular amongst the community elders, the original Windrush pioneers, but it also connected with the younger generations. They felt that Watson's proposal embodied a sense of pride and courage, that it was important to reflect the period of time associated with the Windrush generation through the clothing and the suitcases, and that the materiality of the bronze cast in its ambitious scale would give it the desired gravitas and respect. So here's some work in progress images. Having the figures standing on suitcases elevated them without the need to use a conventional plinth. And this was an important design decision by Basil Watson, allowing the Commission to counter traditional monumentalism and enabling viewers to connect with the figures on a shared ground. The suitcases themselves, a very particular type of case that was commonly used by the Windrush pioneers, with everything that this family owned packed inside them, as they responded to the British government's invitation to move to the UK to help the motherland and start a new life in the 1940s, 50s and 60s. The work was first sculpted in clay by Watson, starting with a half-size model and then scaling up to full-size. He spent many months here in the UK working in Pangolin's bronze foundry in Stroud, and with engineering support provided by Ramboll, and the sculpture was then cast in bronze and installed overnight at Waterloo Station ahead of the unveiling. So the lived experience of the team working on the commission was just as important as that of the artist. So when UP Projects was originally appointed, we brought in specialist expertise from Karen Alexander, who's our curatorial advisor with a research specialism in post-colonial politics of representation, Melanie Abrahams, curator and Caribbean community engagement consultant, Svetlana Liu, Caribbean networks consultant, and Abby Wright, who's a graphic designer. And the lived experience of the team and also their connections with the British Caribbean community was invaluable during the development of this commission. And each of the members of the Windrush Commemoration Committee were also eminent members of the British Caribbean community. And I believe that taking time and care to ensure that those who were making the decisions, they were leading, those that were managing, creating and communicating this project, had the right skills and expertise, but also the necessary lived experience to understand the sensitivities and the cultural nuances connected to the Windrush story. that significantly contributed to creating a successful monument that has resonated so strongly with Caribbean communities, both here in the UK and around the world. And I'm just going to read you this quote. This was from a young girl, aged 15, who actually put up a social media post. That's how we found her. And then we got in touch, and she talked to us about her experience of coming to see the monument. My granddad was part of the Windrush generation. He came to England in 1958 when he was 24 with his suitcase. I still have my granddad's suitcase and first passport. After the unveiling, I went back to Basil Watson's 12-foot statue with my granddad's suitcase to take a photo. I never got to meet my granddad as he died before I was born, so this whole experience has made me feel a connection to him and to his journey. So while we were honoured to play a part in the creation of the National Windrush Monument, it was, of course, a central government commission, and therefore the opportunity to be critical and open up dialogue around the injustices that the Windrush generation have experienced in this country was quite limited, as you can imagine. It felt important to us as curators to commission an independent work that could take a more critical standpoint. Through the selection process for the monument, we had gotten to know the work of Sonia E. Barrett, whose practices range from immersive installations to sculpture and performance, with a very strong approach to community engagement, often focusing on race and gender. So we invited her to develop a digital counterpoint to the official monument. And I know this theme of the digital has come up a few times today. At UP, we've been exploring the digital domain as a site for public art since 2016 through our Digital Commissions programme. And Sonia really welcomed the opportunity to develop a highly ambitious digital work that involved engagement and contributions from the British Caribbean communities in the UK and in the West Indies. So the work investigates narratives including migration, belonging, identity, and hybridity. It addresses Windrush through both a historical and a contemporary lens, taking the long view of the myriad ways people of the Caribbean have moved and been moved to serve British interests. So Rushme takes the form of a series of interactive digital spaces which could be explored by an online audience through an avatar. So the top left image would be the first room that you encounter. So you enter via this entrance hall, and there's a film by Barrett presented there. And then you could choose which route to go down. And there were 3 separate spaces: the healthcare room, the transport room, or the military room. And each room feels like an immersive gallery or museum space with many corridors to navigate, audio to stop and listen to, and visuals and videos to encounter. So the 3 themes of healthcare, transport, and the military acknowledges the contributions and the personal sacrifices that Caribbeans have made, particularly in those 3 areas. So the top right is the transport, this one on the bottom left is the military, bottom right is transport, and then healthcare at the top. But hopefully I'll be able to show you a little clip in a moment. So the content in each virtual space was developed through a process of intergenerational workshops led by Barrett with British Caribbeans and those that had returned to the West Indies. These workshops took place online and identified content and dialogue to be included in the work that resonated with the participants. But importantly, the workshops also created safe spaces for dialogue between the participants and the artist, who shared reflections on grievances and injustices, highlighting the racism they've encountered, the Windrush scandal, the mistreatment of family members, as well as sharing proud moments and memories. The engagement process was fundamental to this project, and community engagement and collaboration is a significant part of Sonia Barrett's practice. We tried to keep the brief as open as possible to give the artist permission to shape the work in response to the engagement and what came up for the participants. Given that she'd not made a digital work before, we paired her with a highly skilled, brilliantly experienced programmer, Maureen Renaudino, to collaborate on realising the project. So I'm hoping I'll be able to play you little video walkthrough. The result of the commission was a really intensely emotive digital experience, and it combines found footage, narration, audio clips, artworks that connected to the complexities of the experience of the Windrush generation. And it connects that experience to the much wider, more challenging history of slavery and colonialism, as well as ongoing contemporary issues for migrants globally. And the work was hosted on our project's website and also presented in various exhibitions, including at the John Hansard Gallery, South Bank. And it now exists as a series of video tours, and you can access them through our website. So I'm hoping, if I press this, I might be able to see, just to give you a bit of a flavour of the experience. So this is the transport room. So you'd be entering this as an avatar, and it's a bit like being in a video game. You can move around the space and explore whichever avenue you want to explore. I think there should be some audio.
Welcome to the transport room. You have entered this room through the legs of a flagwoman. Early mechanised transport in Europe, you worked using flagged signals. Carnival is a kind of transport that defies European conventions of navigation. The flagwoman directs the carnival in dance. She gives control and soul to the band. Lord Kitchener sang, "You have no band without an experienced flagwoman. The band will have no control and the music will have no soul. The revellers couldn't play the usual mass on Carnival Day."
Skip on to the next one because we're running out of time. This is the healthcare room, which again, I'll try and start. Is it playing? I think it's playing.
My great-grandmother broke my father's 4-day childhood fever in Jamaica using bush tea. She never left Jamaica. In Britain, my grandmother worked as an auxiliary nurse for the NHS. She travelled to Britain as part of the Windrush generation. Her hours were long. She could not care for my father, and I remember waiting with my step-grandfather to pick her up after a shift.
I won't play this one, but this just gives you a sense of what the military room was also like. So just to conclude really, where the National Windrush Monument might be encapsulating and commemorating the Windrush generation through the depiction of one family at the point of arrival in the UK at a particular moment in time, Rushme represents a multiplicity of perspectives, converging narratives and multiple histories by creating an open platform within which people could speak and share their views freely. However, I wouldn't want to give the impression that the National Windrush Monument is not political. Its physical presence in itself demands attention, requiring the busy flow of passengers to navigate around it, or stop to contemplate it, or even to sit on it. Its permanence proclaims that Caribbean immigrants are here. They are important, they have a right to be here, and they are here to stay. Thank you very much.
I mean, thanks, Emma, and, you know, the care and diligence you gave to the commissioning process for the sculpture, but also really interested to see the digital space as public realm. So I would now like to introduce Fatima Bedjil, and just to say something, you're an internationally qualified architect with over a decade of experience leading design teams and delivering community-focused regeneration projects across the UK, and you're based in Bradford. You're lead designer for foam architecture, and you're known for your collaborative and ambitious approach to creating inclusive and culturally responsive design solutions that strengthen local identity and promote social impact. Your architectural practice draws on experiences gained across 2 continents, the Middle East and the UK. And so, yeah, I'd like to hand over and hear more about Infinity Light.
Thank you very much, Sue. If that's clear. Hi everyone, my name is Fatima Mejibal and I am the lead designer at Form Architecture. We're a local-based practice in Bradford, and I'll talk more about our commission Infinite Light. This is a temporary pavilion that's spanned from March to April to mark the month of Ramadan, and in collaboration with a national artist. So we'll speak more about this from a perspective of architects and designers and how we worked with the commissioning body as public and private sectors collaborated together. So the commissioning team was led by Bradford 2025 UK City of Culture. They, as you know, or as you know, a lot of you might know, they're leading a cultural programme across 2025, and this is one of their first commissions in the year. So it was in February, they started in January, so we had to kind of bring something, you know, vibrant and ensure that, you know, in terms of reputation, we kind of, you know, deliver on that. They collaborated with Ramadan Tent Project. They're a community-based organisation, a charity organisation that leads Ramadan festivals across the country. And this is their this is the second architectural pavilion. The first one was in the VA in London, and that was the second one outside of London. As an organisation, they're based in London, so this is their first outside as well. So for them, it was important to commission a local architect, and we were really happy to be part of it because we were worried that, you know, just as local designers, that we kind of be omitted from the cultural programme. So for us, it was very important, and as a young, small organisation, you know, we look different. So, you know, it's not the normal sort of your normal architects or your normal artists. So it was really important for us to be involved, and alongside Zara Hussain, she's a visual artist who focuses more on Islamic geometry and light. So for me personally, I led the architectural conceptual delivery, and Zara kind of, she had an input in terms of colours, light, and bringing sort of the artistic flair into it. So from our perspective, it was rather important to ensure that, you know, it's connected to Bradford, because as Bradford-based architectural designers and artists, we didn't want it to be somewhere from the Islamic world dropped into Bradford, not connected, doesn't resonate with anyone. Although we are from the Muslim culture, we try to ensure that it actually universally resonates with everyone. It's inclusive, it's vibrant, it's welcoming, and everyone can pop in and feel like they're part of it as well. So I'll talk more about the concept. So the commissioning body really gave us an open brief, and that was the challenging part. They told us you have a theme of connection, and you can do whatever you want with it. We need a physical structure at the end of it. It's a temporary pavilion. It's going to span during the whole holy month of Ramadan, but you think of whatever you want to do with it, and you know, whatever location you want it to be. So, I mean, it was challenging because it was an open brief, although the budget was limited, as usual. The time was limited. We had 4 to 5 months from inception to full delivery and installation. So it was very time constrained, and the artist was based in London, the organisation was based in London, and myself and Bradford 2025 were in Bradford, so communicating across, you know, virtually mostly really, and just making sure that it's actually deliverable within the time frame. For me personally, I considered it as a little personal project. I couldn't give up, and I tried my best to, you know, ensure it is deliverable, although we had a few sort of hiccups during the way, and people told us just give up. You know, it's not deliverable within the budget that they gave you. Do something really small, do something internal, perhaps. You know, it can be in the cathedral or somewhere else, and that would be enough. And I said, no, we're going to have it externally in a landmark location, and it'll represent what we inspired to do. So here we are. So what we try to do is create a landmark architectural installation that represents Ramadan, but also connects people back to Bradford, connects people together, and remind people that, you know, there's a lot to do in the city. You know, the city has a lot to sort of present, and there's a lot of history in the city. And look around, because often, you know, these lovely historic buildings are overlooked. So it's almost a reminder for people to stop, reflect, and pause and connect with each other. And and it did just that. And it's quite important that, you know, it worked as we envisioned. So this is just the City of Culture. Sorry, this is the City Hall, outside of City Hall. So they haven't given us a location, and when we looked around, we went around Bradford, we thought it has to be a landmark location. And people often cross through City Hall. It's a Centenary Square, it's one of the main civic squares, but they don't look at the building behind them. They kind of ignore it, it's almost in the backdrop. But we thought in our design it's an opportunity to, you know, bring focus back to this building and connect people back to the historic architectural within Bradford. So we created a design that bridges west, east and west, and bridges people and bring people together. So this is the concept sort of video. So what we looked at the City Hall as, you know, the main Gothic revival arches, and we brought it together with early Islamic arches. So we took the pointed arch of the Gothic revival and we combined it with an early version of Islamic arches, and we created this very simple form that can be repeated, yet creates a very strong visual effect. And since we knew the budget was very, very constrained at the time, we thought of creating one module sort of element that works. If one unit works, then we can perhaps work with the budget and repeat it, you know, however we can. And it was kind of a smart solution because, you know, the commissioning body were kind of in a situation where they wanted to raise funds, but they had limited budget, and then we were in the middle of it all. So we thought, okay, let's make one unit work, and then we can repeat it however we can. So that was our main concept. And from concept, it kind of took us, you know, I'm a very analog person, although with all the digital sort of tools that we use, I like to kind of see how it works, you know, in models, in sketches, before we kind of move on digitally. And we showcased that to the commissioning body, and they're really happy that it kind of works. Although the main challenging part was finding a local fabricator. Now, we managed to find a local engineer, with local designers, but finding local fabricators who can, you know, take the vision to life and become ambitious to kind of deliver it, although it's high risk, was very challenging. And since the location is in a historic location, it's a conservation area, that a lot of the local fabricators were afraid to kind of take on this commission. So we reached a point where none of the local fabricators were kind of happy to proceed. The budget was out of what we had. So we had to kind of look for national fabricators, and unfortunately reached a point where they told me, you know, just give up. It's not going to work because there isn't any fabricators who are willing to take it. But fortunately, we found someone down south who's they're called Weber Fabricators. So they took on the project. They were very committed as us, and they delivered it within that time frame. So we were thankfully for them for all their efforts to deliver it in time. So it was really kind of an emotional and a visual really moment for us to see the pavilion come together. And the concept behind the light is because we're marking the month of Ramadan, we wanted to mark the significant time of the day. So the light comes off when in sunset and sunrise, between sunset and sunrise. So that was important for us. And for people to experience it in that busy civic square, it was something new. People are not used to public, you know, temporary pavilions in Bradford. So it was a new experience. It was a testament to Bradford city culture, what they're trying to do early in the year. Although it was a winter gloomy day, it was vibrant, it was pink, designed by two female, and we tried to make sure that's reflected, although subtly. So it's not ornate, it resonates with everyone, and everyone can access through it. You wouldn't say that's coming from, you know, an Islamic culture and kind of pops in the civic square. So we try to make sure it's you know, it represents unity and everyone feels like they're part of it. And when they look at it, they're reminded of the backdrop, City Hall, and they're connected back to the city. So this is kind of the...
I think this is a really interesting project because it's led by two women. Because a lot of architecture is made by men.
Is the Ramadan Pavilion. We wanted it to celebrate the month of Ramadan, and the best way to do it is to actually relate back to the significant times of the day, hence why the lights. And we wanted people to kind of experience it during the day and at night and have a different feel every time they visit it.
It's a really nice time of year where people get together and share something, a sense of belonging, a sense of community. One of the things we wanted to do with this pavilion was, with the lights coming on at sunset, we wanted other communities to share in that feeling that we have. I think people in North and Bradford are particularly open-minded. They're used to rubbing up with different communities. They're so used to it, and it's not a big deal, and I like that. I love that about this city. So it's been about 6-7 months that we've been working on this, so it's just nice to see it come to life. I'm dead pleased to see it here. And great art exists outside of London. Definitely. Great talents exist outside of London. Definitely.
So it was really interesting to see that initially people were hesitant to approach it because it's just a pavilion. And during installation, I was there day and night, just monitoring the process. And people would come to me and would ask, "What are you actually doing here? Is it just another sort of public money, ill spent?" And I'm like, "Just wait for it, wait till you see it, till the end." And when it kind of came to life, everyone sort of embraced it. Everyone gathered around it, and it kind of became a point where people would ask, "What is Ramadan? How do you celebrate Ramadan?" And also it's almost like reflective of Bradford, because Bradford is a melting point of different cultures, and it shows that it's openness, and people were just happy to see it. That's for us. It's the collective memory that it had. Beyond that, and now people, when they see me, they say, "Are you actually going to bring it back next year? Is it going to be part of every Ramadan?" I was like, "I wish, yeah, but it's not the case." So the commission was a unique one because we had a public body, although they're a private organisation, and we had the organisation, the charity organisation. So working with the two with different sort of values, but trying to make sure they're both aligned, and making sure that our work with the artists kind of is collaborative, and we understood how we create a vision that's aligned for everyone. Time was a big issue, the budget was a big issue, but we managed to kind of go through those hurdles and achieve what we envisioned. And I think the modular structure kind of helped us because it was much larger and we had to scale it down to ensure it's aligned within the budget. And from there, it's a temporary one, but we're hoping to find a permanent place for it so it can change shape, it can change colour and form and find a permanent home. So I'll just end on that note.
Is the Ramadan Pavilion. It's an outdoor installation that lights up at night, and you can come and see it in Bradford Centenary Square. It's not an artwork that's from the Muslim world, it's an artwork that's made by Muslims in the UK.
And it had to resonate with us and with everyone around it. And
Bradford.
Yeah, and it had to be authentically Bradford.
And we both have connections to Bradford. Fatima lives in Bradford. I lived in Bradford in my 20s, and we wanted the artwork to have a connection with the local town, the local scape that people walk past every day. This town hall's been here for 100 years. It was inspired by Venetian architecture, and when you look at Venetian architecture, that's inspired by Ottoman architecture, which was Muslim in heritage, and that's been here for a long time. Because people think crossing over of Islam with the UK is just a modern thing, but it isn't. It's been going on for a long, long time historically.
We are part of the Bradford community. Now, as local designers, as local creatives, we want to be part of the legacy, and that's why we had to do something contemporary, but also sort of reflect back to the history.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Can I just say congratulations on the project. Really lovely also to see your design process, and what a smart solution that's modular. So yeah, lovely. So the final speaker is Mike Tonkin. And Mike is the co-founder and director of Tonkin Loo, a practice he established with Anna Loo in 2002. He studied at Royal College of Art, and his work draws inspiration from the natural world and global vernacular traditions, blending scientific observation with storytelling to inform innovative, place-specific design. Here's Mike.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here. I'm dyslexic, and as a dyslexic person, how you view the world, your observation become incredibly important, and then how you convey what you've learned through your observation. Storytelling is a very good technique. So I'm a storyteller because of that, I'd say. So I'm going to show you our methodology, and our methodology basically, oh, I went the wrong way. Our methodology, there. Our methodology, Anna and I wrote a little book 25 years ago called Asking, Looking, Placemaking, and it sets out 4 steps. And another thing about being dyslexic and learning, you learn through your knowledge comes from your observation, but it also comes from travelling. So for me, it was all about travelling and seeing architecture firsthand. So first-hand knowledge is really important for me. So I was travelling around the world. I thought it would take me 2 years. It took me 7, and I stopped in Hong Kong, and I started a practice there. And I wrote this book about what we did in Hong Kong, and that this practice was an observation of how we. This book was an observation about how we practice. It was also showed, the second part of the book showed our interest in nature and how we felt that it's about our kind of understanding of nature on a kind of mythological level. So I've ended a PhD and finished that in 22, and that took storytelling and nature and methodology a little bit further. And then Anna and I rewrote the book, and we published it this year. And I've got a copy of the book here, if anyone's interested to see it. And some of the things I'm going to show you are from that book. So the process called Asking, Looking, Placemaking. So asking is about redefining the project. And when you take the original brief, you redefine a project by expanding that project out and then contracting it. And when you contract it again, you form a riddle. And that riddle is something to be solved by design. Looking is about expanding outwards again, finding inspiration for the project, and then contracting back with quests for design. So a riddle and a quest is you want to form finding. So playing is about trying to find an archetype, another kind of story technique, but we always try and find design alternatives. So the alternatives offer different ways of seeing a problem, and they come from different quests, and they come from different riddles. And then we get to an entity. So asking, it's about redefining the brief, as I was saying, and I'm going to just show you one project called the Singing Ringing Tree. I was introduced to, or Anna and I were introduced to the competition brief by Canny Ash, who happens to be with us today. And Canny put us on the kind of shortlist after interviewing a series of people. We hadn't done an artwork before, so this was our first art project. The commission was to, this was the site, it's in Burnley on a hill, Crown Point, and in a public consultation, some of the people, one of the persons had said, there's nothing up there but the wind. And the project was called Panopticons, and the year-out student went there to make a film, and she said, you can't see a thing. So for us, became obvious that actually, maybe the wind was actually the thing that was the strongest sense, the strongest element on the site, and maybe it shouldn't be about vision, it should be about sound. Let's play that little video. If you could hear that, you would just hear the sound of the wind. It's just sort of noisy wind sound. So here's what the book shows you. We kind of expand the problem, we can track the problem. I'm going to show you that briefly. So we go into nature, and when we go into nature, we break nature down into a series of different things. So geography. The hills used to be covered in trees. It was a forest, so it was an ancient forest. The elements, obviously the wind was the strongest item on that front. In terms of a symbol, when you see a tree on a hill, and that tree has been blown by the wind, that becomes really important. So, and then we went into people. The brief was to try to get people out of Burnley and up onto the hills. And so that was a sort of individual, get people out of the city, get them into the landscape. And our client was Mid-Pennine Arts, and as a company, they said, we want you to put Burnley on the map. That was their intention. And then when it comes to place, that's more sort of conventional placemaking. But for us, what is the activity? Well, you want people to go there, not just once, you want them to go back again and again. So it was important that the activity was something that could have engaged people, so by engaging with the elements. So the outcome of playing, asking, is a word cloud, and that word cloud, from that, you find the most important points and you distill them into a riddle. So from this riddle, you gain a kind of poetic intent, and that poetic intent has already brought nature into it. So, and that riddle then takes you forward. So this video might just play.
Just press down again, it should play.
Never tell what sound it's going to make because the wind's always changing. Sometimes it sounds like Holst for planets, sometimes it sounds like screaming witches, and sometimes it doesn't sound like anything. And so people have to go back again and again because sometimes it sounds great. So if I ever meet anyone from Burnley, they all know the Singing Ring Tree, and apparently the football team even have a song about it. So somehow it's been kind of adopted by Burnley, and you can see here that actually we did a project before the wind farm came in the distance there, and you can see it's an incredibly light structure, and it was made by separate pieces that were taken across the moor by a tractor. So how we make things is always very important to us. So that they're place specific, but they're also technically specific. So the next project, I said our job was to put it on a map, and it ended up on the map of Burnley. So they were very happy about that. So looking. This is about finding inspiration, and here we don't just work with a client, here we work with kind of experts, and if we can't afford the experts, we just make them up. We pretend we're a botanist, or we pretend we're a climatologist, or we pretend to be someone, or we pretend we're a farmer. What would a farmer do? And actually that makes it quite good fun too. So we go into a project. This project here wasn't a competition, so this is a rare time when we actually were just given a commission. And this was the client. So the client was these dinosaurs. The people in amongst them are the friends of Crystal Palace dinosaurs. And Crystal Palace has been mentioned today. So these are from 1851. They were called art. They were called edutainment, because it was art for education. And they were made by a sculptor. So Darwin had recently published on Origin of Species, and dinosaurs had just been people were starting to understand it was part of evolution. And so they built this island. And the irony is, the island is beautiful, but they don't want anyone to get on it. And the problem is people have been getting on it and damaging the sculptures. People doing selfies of them hang on the back and break off, and hang on their jaw and pull the jaw off and things like that. So basically, the commission was to make a bridge, but wasn't a bridge, because they didn't want people to go onto the island. So it was quite an interesting conundrum. So that was a kind of puzzle in itself. So I won't go through the individual thing, but I'll show you. So all of these different images here, I'm going to show them on a bigger scale, but this is where looking expands out, and we try to find the raison d'etre for the project. So the island, funnily enough, is laid out in an evolutionary term. So it begins with the early dinosaurs and it ends with mammals. And they wanted us to put the bridge up there where the mammals are. And we said, no, we want to put the bridge at the beginning of evolution. And actually it turned out to be a better location, because we said before the dinosaurs came the fish, and the fish had a backbone. So that was a sort of backbone animal. So we want to make something that's more like a fish, because it wants to stay underwater and it wants to have a kind of evolution to it. Before the fish was a thing called a Peccari. This is 500 million years ago. And the Peccari moved through the water by making a force. And form and force, as Darcy Thompson said, in nature form is force. So we wanted to take the idea of a force and make a bridge that was incredibly strong because of its form. And in everything we do, form and strength are the same thing. So when you have a push-pull, I won't explain it technically, but it follows a bending moment diagram, and it's incredibly strong, and you couldn't remove anything. We did this with arrows, by the way, and then it was made by a company called Cake. And the last thing is, first of all, they'd asked us to make a gate, and when we were going to make a gate, we found these combs, and We liked the idea of making a kind of gate that didn't waste any material, where the two cones were going to knit into each other. And then we realised actually we could make the bridge from the cone. So you bent one up, you left one down, and you bent one down. And that meant you used a sheet of metal, but you didn't waste anything. So there was zero wastage, and it was just made out of two sheets. So that's what it looks like when you put it, you add those three things together, three-dimensional form, a bending moment diagram, and a cone, and you get this very, very organic structure. And there's the chain. So when they do want to do the maintenance, when the friends at Crystal Palace Dinosaur get onto the island, and once a year it's open to an open house, and occasionally it's open for school children, and hundreds of them come onto the island, and that's fantastic. So there it is being open, and here it is in place. Most of the time it sits above the water, the bony fish just reflected in the water, and it's a story about, it feels quite content with the dinosaurs. It's sort of fallen into part of them. When Historic England were involved, because this is the greatest number of Grade 1 listed structures in Britain. Each one of these dinosaurs is Grade 1 listed. And at one point in the meeting, one of the people from Historic England said that don't make it too beautiful, because it might do harm to the dinosaurs. So you can imagine what Anna said to that. But in the end, they came round to the idea that actually we weren't going to be competing with them. We needed to kind of complement them, and we needed to make a placemaking object that was part of that. So playing, this is a slightly bigger project. And when we play, it's really important that we kind of do it in a very rational way, and we're always playing with the poetic and the pragmatic, and between the two is how we kind of find form. So I'm going to show you the Tower of Light in Manchester. So this was a commission from Manchester City Council. They're building a new energy centre underneath the railway next to Central Station that feeds the civic quarter. And they wanted a structure that needed to be 40 metres above the ground to let out the fumes from the energy centre that's underneath there, because they're generating energy locally. So, and they wanted something that was going to be an artwork that kind of heralded Manchester's new green energy agenda. So we talked about rotation and the rotation of the earth. We talked about shells, and we talked about how Manchester had a kind of tradition of chimneys, but we wanted to make a kind of chimney that was about nature, not about industry. So in the playing process, we make a series of models, and those models then inform a series of diagrams, and then the alternatives, like in a story, they compete. So the alternatives compete with each other, but there's conflict and there's resolution where we find the right answer. So these are all the kind of influences from nature, and the one at the end is one of our own structures. We invented a technique called shell-lay structure in 2009. In the last recession, we got some research money from the RIBA, and it's a single surface structure. You'll understand it when I show it to you. But just when we're playing, I just make the point that playing is it's not a beautiful process. It's just everybody plays and everybody makes things. We do all of these things very communally, and we do it with the engineers, and people make all sorts of strange things, and some of them are really, really good, and some of them kind of move forward. So then, once we've done that, we turn it into diagrams, and then the diagrams start to become more real, and this is where everything's put into the computer. And funnily enough, the one that kind of won was most like this technique we invented called shell-lay structure, which is, when I was a kid, my mum used to make all our clothes for the whole family, and I wanted to look like David Attenborough, so she made me a pale blue safari suit. I wore it to the local park, everyone laughed at me, and I never wore it again. But I still learned through that process. I learned about tailoring. So tailoring, you take a single surface, you join it together, and then you make a strong drum. And that strong drum makes a series of elements, and they arrive on a lorry, one by one, and they are in a workshop. And then when they're there on site, the light moves light reflectors inside them, and those light reflectors bounce the light around inside it, so it's like a kind of kaleidoscope of light. And that's what it's like at night. Lights are on the inside and lights are on the outside. So it's an artwork that speaks about energy. And then just finally, making is I'm showing a regeneration project, a larger scale project. It's a landscape, it's in Dover. Dover Esplanade needed revitalising, and we told them a story about 3 waves. We said 3 waves came to Dover. 1 wave lifted people from the Esplanade down to the beach. 1 wave created a place where people could rest. It was called the resting wave. And then 1 wave was called a lighting wave. So we break the project into a family of parts. into different parts to tell a different story. And technical innovation comes about sometimes because we have to. So if you're going to build outside of a harbour wall, you have to use stainless steel reinforcement, and that's incredibly expensive. So we said, actually, we're not going to use any reinforcement at all. So we just use manhole drain inspection chambers. We put them into the shingle, and then we refilled them with shingle. And then we use fibre reinforcement to make concrete precast slabs. These were made in Stoke-on-Trent by Harvey Thorpe. And he said he couldn't make anything too three-dimensional. So we said, well, a pack of cards isn't three-dimensional, but it does make a kind of spiral. So we used this technique to make these ramps, and then we filled in the space with saline-resistant planting. And behind it, you see the resting, so that's the plan of them, a series of components. And then when you make a cut in a piece of wood, you get a piece of waste. And we said, if you take the piece of waste and open it out, then you can use one cut, you can get two pieces. So we made a series of these items, but were made into molds. They were just MDF, and there were enough molds to build the whole thing. And they went backwards and forwards, so they kind of caught the light. And they're undulating up and down, like the cliffs themselves, and backwards and forwards. And they create kind of sheltered space where people can sit and look at the view. And then the raised lawn behind them. The lawn previously had always just been kind of covered in dogs, but this lawn is now sort of covered in children, and children walk along the wall. And then at night, the light moves along the promenade. So you can see that during the day. And they wanted a relationship between the esplanade and the castle, so that people could see the esplanade from the castle. So that's the process, and that's what we do for every single project: expansion and contraction, expansion and contraction. And each project is about kind of making a story that's very particular to place. And each project kind of engages with nature in a different way. And that's what I think, as a practice, that's what our ultimate goal is to bring people closer to nature. But each project in its place is completely unique. Thank you. Oh, if anyone wants to see the book later, I have one in there. So.
Yeah, hi. I mean, just the previous panel, I don't know how to stand up or something, but the previous panel, there was a slight lull at the end about public art, sculpture, and where we're going. And I think with your three presentations, it's such a rich endeavour still in terms of like artists working or creative responses to public space, just in terms of, as you're saying, the research methodologies are so interesting, in terms of community as co-producers, in terms of like symbolic, really important symbolic icons for a new conversation, cultural conversation. So, you know, this is a really rich conversation still to be having. So I would like to start a question, because I think we were going to talk about commissioners and the relationship we have with commissioners. Yours was sort of charitable, private, public. Yours was like a government department, and yours seems like a whole sort of diverse range of partners. And with the learning from your projects, does that ever go back to the commissioner? I'm thinking about, how do we sustain the commissioning process? This notion of the enlightened client, the client has learned from the projects that they've actually commissioned. How are they involved in this really rich process? Or are they? Do you see them? Do you see feeding back in a way?
I think so.
Sorry, yeah.
I think in our case, yeah. I mean, most of the things we do are very bespoke, so quite often once we've done it for the client, that's it. They don't need another one. Yeah. But occasionally they do, like Mid-Pennine Arts keep making artworks. And we did do another artwork in Burnley for Mid-Pennine Arts, and we did use the same methodology. It didn't look anything like that. It's completely different. And then we have done a little bit more work for an energy centre in Nottingdale near the Grenfell Tower for the same company, Vital. So it's quite rare that people come back for us. But yes, you do feed back information to them on how, you know, they're definitely very involved in the process. And I think, you know, the process is very much about engaging them in the story. And they're all the way with us, yeah.
That's great.
Thank you. Well, I guess with the Windrush Monument, that was quite unique because we don't usually work with the government department. But we did feedback and tried to capture as much of the learning as possible. But the challenge with working with civil servants basically is that they just move on to something else. So we did actually get brought back in to do some early consultation on another memorial project, which didn't actually happen in the end. But it was an entirely new set of people, and the people who've been involved with that commission had gone off to do whatever. So that, I think in that scenario, it's very difficult. But with other projects, we do try very much to kind of involve the client as much as possible through that learning journey. And at the end of the project, we do this sort of really quick and dirty, we call it the kiln, but it's basically keep, improve, lose, new. And we just go through that and just try and capture the key learnings so that everyone that's involved can hopefully, take that away.
And is that multi-partner exercise?
Yeah, so we try and get everybody, all the stakeholders around the table, because, they don't usually want to engage with a really lengthy evaluation process, but if we just do that as a quick round table and come out with a list of bullets, that helps, and then we can do our own evaluation, separately to that.
I think both commissioning bodies were very closely engaged from the start. But what we found as architects and project managers of a project, we kind of advised them because there were many sort of team leaders and curators and from both parties, and we advised them to appoint a single person from each organisation to represent what the organisation wants, and that kind of eased the process because we were kind of working with 10 different people, and it was quite hectic. So that's one point that we told them to do, and then it kind of organised the entire process. And once we've wrapped up, we did a bit of a debrief, because for them it's the second pavilion, and they're going to do one every 2 years, and we kind of given them our sort of perspective in terms of, when it comes to budget, time constraints, project management. I think for us it's more putting trust in us rather than them trying to control, the process. And I think once they understood that, the entire project kind of, flew ahead.
Do you think, your project was at risk, wasn't it?
Yes.
You said at one stage you were advised just step away.
That's right.
Do you think they would set it up in a different way, more time, more budget? I mean,
Yeah.
it's a very clever solution.
Yeah.
It's a module, it's going to cost us, and if you've got some more money, it can be...
Absolutely. And I think that's kind of the solution that we came up with, but from their perspective, they didn't even know what their resultant sort of scheme would be. They kind of thought, it could be different options. There's, this amount of budget. So I think clarity, having, a brief, but it can be an open brief, but as long as there's clarities in terms of, what they want to see, what's their values in terms of, at the end of it, what do they want to see in terms of, the end results. And I think that was important.
Would you tell us an idea of the budget for that? Can you say?
I could say so, yeah. I could give you a range. So it was around 70K.
So for the production side?
For the entire production side, yeah.
Okay, any questions for the floor? We've got sort of 10 minutes. I'm going to take a few questions. Yeah, please. Have you got a mic?
No.
Or do you need a mic? I'll use. Or just shout.
Thanks very much. It's about the Windrush project, and I was just intrigued to know how far... Okay, so the brief came from the Department of Levelling Up. So how far did what you produced at the end differ from that brief? Because I'm just really intrigued about having that kind of foresight to have that secondary project rush me alongside, and the importance of that, and how that, I think, was probably really key to the success of that project.
Thanks for the question. So just to clarify, the Rush Me project was completely independent of the government. So that was something that Up Projects did. We funded it ourselves. It was an independent project. And it was because we felt that the Windrush Monument only told so much of the story, and it was a really important monument And as I said in the presentation, you know, the fact that it's there in such a prominent location, it means so much to the British Caribbean community. But it wasn't possible to go very far in terms of, you know, the more sort of critical dialogue around it. So we felt it was really important as commissioners to be able to create that space. In terms of the brief, so the government department, national government sort of pledged the money basically to commission the monument, and they then established the Windrush Commemoration Committee. So that was led by Baroness Floella Benjamin, and she put together a panel, and really they were the ones that were commissioning, although it was government money, and then the kind of practicalities were supported by the Department of Levelling Up, you know, the sort of paying the bills and the communication, all that sort of thing. But in terms of any key decisions, that was made by the Commemoration Committee.
Did that fund have that R&D phase funded? You were properly funded for all of the consultation work to get to the final artist and the final brief?
Yes, so the total budget was there to kind of fund. I mean, the fundamental thing is like getting the brief right in the first place, you know, and then doing the research. They were complete. I mean, I guess the reason why they wanted to bring us in was that they didn't know the best way to actually recruit the artist and how to do that in a kind of equitable way. So we established that selection process and sort of suggested actually let's create this nomination system because, you know, we felt that response. We don't want to overlook anybody, you know, so how can we make it as wide-reaching as possible? So yeah, there was quite a bit of time spent, and I think that's really important, like establishing the kind of framework for the commission, how the artists can be selected, how those decisions are made, and trying to be transparent about that before you then actually go out to the artists.
Can I just follow up on that? This one I tell out, it's easier probably. Because you said that when you got down to the shortlist of 12, that you at that stage you decided both that it needed to be figurative and that you wanted an artist with lived experience. And was that something that it sounded as though that had developed between the kind of long listing and the short listing. And I wondered whether I'd got that right and whether you were comfortable that that was something, you know, that had to come out of that process rather than something you could have anticipated from up front.
So one of the first things we did as we were developing the brief was to agree the criteria for assessing the artists, and that was at the long listing stage. So we established that criteria with the Commemoration Committee before we even started reaching out for artists. And I think everybody felt that actually that lived experience was really important. So that was always a criteria. Yeah, I mean, 250 nominations, but there were lots of... We didn't have 250 artists necessarily because there were some overlaps. Yeah. Lived experience, kind of connection, sort of family heritage, or kind of demonstrable connection to that. Yeah, that heritage and that story was really important. We were really pushing because I suppose part of our role I felt was that we need to just try and push a little bit in terms of the innovation and how progressive the sculpture could be. So we wanted to keep it open and not just limit it to figurative artists initially, but there was a very strong feeling amongst the committee that it needed to be figurative. And actually in the very early consultation and engagement, that came through resoundingly from the communities as well. So that's really where it ended up being the shortlist, being figurative.
A couple more minutes, isn't it? I'm just going to have, I think it's 5 o'clock finish, isn't it? So I'm just going to thank the panel, and just to say I think whether it's working creatively in public realm, your beautiful responses, or figurative, but it's the processes that make the public art. I think that's what public art is. It is dialogic. It's about communication. And also some of your pieces that are temporary but really have a sense of a permanent change in the way people will think about that space. So I think the more we open up what public art can be, it's an exciting field. And so I'd like to hand you back. So thank you to the speakers this afternoon for this final panel. And I'd like to hand you back to Kirsty to finish the wrap of the day. Thank you. Can I get the speakers?
Yes, well, I mean, thank you, everybody. And I think we've had some really good conversations as well as excellent presentations. I mean, do you want to go first with your kind of thoughts about some of the ideas that have come? And then I've got a few ideas about, from my perspective, really about issues to do with preservation and,
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I was thinking about, we've talked through all of the institutional, material and cultural ways in which work is produced, encountered, interpreted and reinterpreted. And there's always enduring contexts at any stage in producing work that goes into public. There's where it is, who's commissioning it, where the funding's coming from, the communities that it's going into, and there's the politics of the space. So those are always enduring aspects of putting artworks in public. But at the same time, you have the changing context of how those move forward and adapt and adjust. And of course, sculptural practice itself has changed, not simply in aesthetic language or from object to event, but also through changing ideas of what it means to make and situate work in public. There's the growing emphasis on process, environment, and collaboration, which I think has redefined and highlighted sculpture's relationship to time, in time, and also to its audience and locale. And is explored by theorists such as Claire Doherty, James Meyer, Malcolm Miles. This movement towards more fluid and context-responsive forms of public art has prompted new ways of thinking about engagement, collective experience, and sculpture's role within the process of urban and civic change. And I think the papers overall have opened up questions about the politics and social cultures of commissioning, the material and spatial practices through which sculpture inhabits place, and the forms of care and participation that sustain it across time. And I think how the case studies that you've shared with us today have revealed how sculpture operates as a mirror of its institutional and social conditions and how they adapt and reconfigure. And I think on a final note, thinking about the legacies, even of the contemporary works that were really exciting to see at the end, which I absolutely loved, but where those works go, what happens to them, who is responsible for them, and how they are part of our history. Maybe they're points not to forget, maybe they're points of belonging, they're commemorations, but they're also celebrations. And on that note, thinking about sustaining things, I'll pass to you.
Good. Well, I'd like to endorse all that. And really just to say, I have been incredibly impressed by how much of the projects, how many of the projects that we've seen today have both have drawn on a sense of the past and a sense of heritage and a sense of placemaking that's rooted in the specificity of that heritage. And that we've seen a very few of certainly of the post-war built projects that we've seen have got any sort of formal protection or any sort of mechanism in place to ensure that they go forward. And think perhaps reflect a little bit about that we had hoped that we would be ending up celebrating Year of Culture by seeing a Bill Mitchell installation. There's been consultation about having a William Mitchell Sculpture Centre, perhaps in High Point or somewhere else in Bradford. And at the moment, there are a number of his works already in storage. And some of the work at Kirkgate with its future still undecided. So I think really it's to sort of put a challenge out there to say it would be fantastic to think that part of I think the rationale that today has shown is that preserving the public art and sculpture of the past does infuse and invigorate contemporary work as well, and to hope that we can see something positive happening there. And also, Charles has already gone, but I mean, I think we are in a, none of those Henry, what's his name? Henry Moore and Joyce Pallot's work has been listed at all, and I think they're amazing and very much on the... Henry Collins, yes. Oh, right. It's throwing me off. Yeah, the Henry Collins. We have a government at the moment that doesn't value heritage at all, and is very reluctant to see any new listings. And I think that's an incredibly short-sighted view, and a view that valuing the past means that you can't have a vibrant and changing future. And I think that kind of mutual support and enriching process is something that has very much been to the fore today.
Yeah, I think just touching on that, I think there is this tendency sometimes within contemporary life to always, I mean, in the 1950s, there was a big push to everything being new. And I think that there has been a kind of resurgence of thinking about remembering and what that means and what its place is and how it is part of the conditions of today, and not forgetting those things, but thinking about how we build on them, how we look at them, how we critique them, and how we integrate them into our present. And I think, thinking about that legacy is really important. As much as we want new things, there is so much out there to discuss and debate, and really exciting things. Like, I actually loved the Brian Yale sculptures, and I thought that was so exciting, and it's such a shame that there isn't kind of more looking at those things and thinking about where they could go. I mean, they could go into so many different directions. It doesn't need to be a kind of static movement. It could be an artist responding to it. It could be a commemoration that it existed. So I just think there's lots of exciting ways forward, and I hope that including part of our heritage is part of it. But I absolutely loved all of the presentations today. So many points to think about and to come away with as well. So thank you to all our panel speakers.